and welcome to Crafty Kiki Apocalypse. I am hoping that I am not just spewing out feedback right at this particular point because that seems to be what I was hearing. So hopefully it is not because we are here to craft today. All right, so on Tuesday was the last time I did illustrations, and I got 3 pages through the first 2 stages of inking, and then I got the most complicated page of the day fully inked in, but it took the whole time, plus a little. This one here has a lot of detail and a lot of hair. And I realized the other pages, the other 2 pages that I'm doing, that I was going to actually do that night and stream, but yeah, tech issues. So decided I would do those today because it also became very obvious in the last episode that pencil line doesn't read all that well on camera, possibly with a better camera, but whatever. We're just gonna go with this for today. Switch those around. Do not have a cat yet. Usually there is a cat sitting here, or sometimes there's a cat sitting here, or elsewhere. So today we are going to get going on this, and I will explain then what I am doing. Hi, my name is Kiki. I am an illustrator amongst other random endeavors, and I'm working on my kids book series, which this will be book number 5. 3 books are published. 1 book is just in limbo because I never did anything with it once I finished it, and then the 5th book is what I'm working on right now, which I discovered I started on a few years ago, and then just, other projects and other things going on. So now I've decided for this year that is going to be one of my 3 big focuses, along with using up some bike art pieces that I have, or creating some bike art out of some pieces that I have. And oh geez, what was the other one? Not any idea right at this second. Let's see. Drawing makes everything clearer. I'll just do that. So the evolution of the Happy Undead Friends started as a painting that I did for some friends for their nursery. That was something that was for a horror-loving dad and a non-horror-loving mother. And it just developed into this book series. I based the main character off of my brother Gareth, who had Down syndrome and autism, and basically never was able to learn about the world, so I created a book that would sort of facilitate the idea that he might be in a situation now that he would be able to understand stuff like that. So we go through finding your place in the world in book 1, which he just goes to a little town for misfit monsters, and he's actually accepted and he's not run off with pitchforks. So that is the first book. He finds a home and finds friends. And then the second book, he's really enjoying his new house and his friends, but he wants a friend. And since much of my background and current income source is through animal behavior and care, book number 2 is about choosing a good first pet. And then third book is about what are families and what are families about and what do families mean. And then the 4th book is all about gardening, because my other huge passion is gardening. And so the book is all about introducing kids to the idea of growing food, and that, oh hey, you like salsa, did you know you can grow all of it? That kind of thing. More to get them interested in the idea. And then some simple sort of science-y type experiments where you can start tomatoes in toilet paper tubes and snow peas in a Ziploc bag with toilet paper. So, fun ways for kids to be able to sort of interact with their food and learn about the basics of what you need to think about when you're planting a garden, and different ways you can use your harvest, like sharing it with friends or donating it, or different ways you can preserve it for yourself. Uh, just like basic introductions, like you can, basically. So then I actually put out there however many years ago that I was looking for suggestions for books, and I actually ended up with, between just my own brainstorming and the suggestions, about 37 different possible titles, possible like subject matters to talk about and discuss and deal with in the course of the show. And the one that came from a friend who, it just struck my interest because it was like, yeah, this seems poignant. And this was 4 or 5 years ago, something like that. Whenever I started the book the first time, as opposed to when I started it the second time or the third time. They don't get easier with quantity. It's like every single book has its own challenges. Um, but so the first time that I started on this, and it was suggested by my friend whose daughter was dealing with some bullying, to do it about bullying. And so the way that I develop my books is to basically start with that idea. So the idea is that bullies, like, I don't try to get super duper deep, because the thing is, if you try to get super duper deep, it's more likely to have misinterpretation, rather than larger ideas that are sort of like, oh, what are bullies, what do bullies do, how do bullies interact, what experiences have you had with bullies, that sort of thing. So I wanted to set up sort of in that situation, and to characterize it through personal stories. So it starts off with Zigfeeld walking down the street, and for some reason, these three people decide to make fun of him and then push him over. And he's confused, and Velma comes up and is like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing on the ground?" And he's like, I'm not actually really sure why I'm on the ground right now." So they go into the juice shop, and the whole gang's there, and they're sitting around the bar, and, well, the bar of the juice bar. It's not like a bar. It is a kid's book, but it's a juice bar. So they're sitting around, and one by one, like, Velma's like, "Oh yeah, I had a group of friends that I didn't even realize they were being mean to me until I realized they were being mean to me, and then I realized they were being mean to me all the time." And so that actually is sort of where we are. Those are the pages we're on right now. This is the top panel is her, like, mean girl style, walking down the corridor, and then them at debate club, them at science club, and them at the Society for the Preservation of Magical Beasts, or something like that. And then that's young her thinking, which is why she has the updo, because that is how Velma is distinguished in flashbacks. Because at some point she went with an updo messy bun thing. I figure she went to high school because, like, they're supposed to be adults but kids, because, like, they all have life experience, but it's meant for kids. So I kind of imagine all of them going through high school around the 90s, just because if I put them into a time frame that I'm familiar with, like, I won't get the references wrong that bad. But who knows? Every style comes and goes, so it's all in circles. So, but yeah, that's just how for her, she is a side ponytail, though she occasionally does a French twist for a special occasion, when she is sort of mid-range, teenage, younger, but not a kid time frame. She is the updo. And then when she's a little kid, she has two pigtails, both that have a stripe in them. So, but she always has the harsh bangs because they are easy to draw. And a little variation is nice, but really, the more recognizable characters remain, the better. So they're always in basically the same outfit or the same colors. Um, they don't do a lot of different like hair changes or anything like that, other than to show time. It's very, yeah, it's very, classic cartoon series where it's like, even though things happen, nothing ever really changes much, just in as much as the people are who they are. And I don't know, I was finishing areas that are just supposed to be black, so I'm going to fill those in really quick before I finish off any areas that don't need to be finished off. There we go. And yeah, these are always really fun to draw, and I'm happy I'm back to them. Oh, excuse me. I'm coming down off an adrenaline high. When I sat down and plugged everything in, all I was getting this crazy feedback. So I had to shut everything down and bring it all back up again. So it's like that sort of lull after the panic of like, I can do this. I know what these settings are. I keep messing with some wireless headphones, a wireless earbud, but if I attach to that, it just wants to come out of the main speakers because there's no way to just choose the earphones. It has to come out of the earphones and that. So if that's, yeah, it's a cyclical nightmare of technical disaster that luckily is easy to wake up from, because it's just a matter of like acknowledging surrender. Like, I've tried it way too many times. I was doing it again last night, which is probably why the speakers were messed up today, or why the interface, let's go with interface, was incorrect today, because I messed. I played. I attempted to do something, but in the long run, it does not matter because these have really nice sound quality. So the only problem with them is usually, since I have my hair up, I can pin the headphones to it. So if at some point they jump off onto the page, I apologize for any racket. I think they're out of the splash zone of affecting the microphone. So hopefully we'll be okay. Or someday I'll take a break and put a knot on the top of my head so I have somewhere to anchor my headphones. And these in the background are lockers, just to help sort of establish the school days thing, because aren't lockers Esperanto for school? I mean, seriously. Visually speaking. Which would make it, I don't know, is there a word for some made up language that includes everything but isn't really functional? Or is functional, but anyways. They're lockers. They are, and they will probably be the bright yellow. Although I don't think I actually ever had, I think the ones in high school that I went to were green, and the ones in middle school were like a red brown. But that was back in, go around, kitty, the other door is open. Usually she's not stubborn enough for it to be problematic. I have two entryways, and usually she's in here by the time I start, but it was sunny earlier, so she was laying in a sunny spot, and now she's like, I am ready for your attention now. So she is clawing at my door, which I don't approve of. But I left the second door open, and if she just isn't a turd about it, she will come in that way before I have to throw a little something at the door to startle her enough to be like, I think I should try a different entry. Oh, cats are stubborn. Hope everyone is staying safe and warm out there. Speaking of cats, hopefully you are prioritizing your own well-being and that of your community. Yeah, looks like we had a couple minutes of sun and now it is just going to be windy. So once again, oh, here is Cat. Oh shoot, sorry, Shantrudge. Oh, hi. Hi, sweet girl. Sit down. Usually she lays down with enough space for me to actually work, but it takes a second. She's got to announce that she's here, which I think she plans. Like, this particular placement does not seem questionable, or it does not seem like unintentional. Are you gonna lay down, honey? You gonna lay down? Yeah? Okay, then lay down. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweet, sweet girl. But I do need you to settle. Let that work? Okay, I think we're good. Ow! My hand stopped working. Hey, that is not a reason to claw me, honey. Don't start. Ow, you will get evicted. You know the arrangement. Ow, stop. If you cannot lay down, cat will have to move. That is the arrangement. We've had this conversation before. I love you, but you is not my cat. So you definitely do not get to claw me whilst I is working. You rested? Okay, cool. Yeah, the headphone thing might be problematic. Okay, so lockers have the vent at the top. Then they have like possibly I shouldn't be drawing just from memory off of kind of lockers I remember from 20 years ago, but I figure the kids reading this probably have never seen a locker. Well, probably not never seen a locker, but they'll be readable as lockers, so I'm not going to worry about it. Because, you know, this is Silverville, so maybe this is just how lockers look at Silverville, because they need a lot of ventilation. But I think I'm going to do, yeah, the 3 things, and then the lot of locker gear on the side, and then 3 more gills, and call it good. Because once the cat stops clawing, we are on the right track. Oops. Boop the snoot. Okay. Yes, you're being a sweet girl. And so for the way that I do the books, I do all the inking by hand, then the coloration in the computer, and then the type in the computer. And so these little shapes in the front are the like medallion logos, whatever, of the different clubs that the ladies are all in together. So what I'm going to be doing for those is actually like doing a sort of a just a single graphic logo-y looking thing. For like debate club, it's going to be a gavel. And then I'll put the type in the computer, so it's basically just going to look like shapes with a icon in the middle, essentially. So we're working on the protection of magical beasts. I think that is a Society of the Protection. I don't know. Depends on what I can legitimately fit on the thing after it's in the computer, without the type getting too small. So it might be like protect magical animals when it gets down to book length editing. Although my planning for this book has proven to be a eye-opening and joyous experience, partially because of the fact that I did a lot more. Like, I finally know the layouts and the setup and the flow of the pages and the stories and that sort of thing. And I actually went through and wrote out everything like one to one, like this panel has this verbiage in it, and the verbiage isn't too long, because like in the first one I wrote it out first, and it was a freaking like novella that I was then trying to fit into a short kids book. And I was trying to keep it fairly short because it was, you know, the first one, and it's always nice to have just sort of a short, you know, shorter story. And it's sort of like the prequel of like, and this is how the Happy Undead Friends are. So since then they've gotten longer. The gardening book, because that one was super fun to do, is like 92 or 96 pages long, something around in there. So like a thick kids book. And like I said before, each page of illustration takes about 5 hours total between the process of like writing the story. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about that earlier before I think I got distracted by Cat, but you know that happens. So whenever I remember that I forgot, I should remember that I forgot to drink water too. So I'll drink some water. Cheers. I also have a lovely. I'll explain this now just in case I ever pick it up and drink it. It's a chia drink, so it looks weird, but it's delicious. All right, so the way that I write the books, I start out with just a basic concept. Like, first one was home, second one was pets, third one was family, fourth one was garden, fifth one is bully. Then I kind of come up with the basic story as to, because the date, oh, shiznit. I'm streaked. Oh well. The there we go. The general process is to have a basic storyline and then come up with Zigfield's story, because he is the de facto audience essentially. So I'm just gonna sketch these ladies in again really quick. If my pencil is anywhere. New pencil time? Might be new pencil time. Seriously? My life for a pencil. Okay, clicky pencil will do. I just got to make some marks. Okay. So this one is Holly, Harpy. The different bullies in this section, don't worry about that guy. Brandy, the Banshee, and Holly, the Harpy, are sort of like the backup baddies. And then the main baddie is Maddie, who is this one right here. And she is of the Medusa family of monsters, and obviously Harpy and Banshee. So, those are makeup sketches for stuff that I was working on back in Christmas. So first we're gonna have Squarehead, which I don't know if you can see or not, but whatever. Maybe I can shift this down. Skosh, no, then it gets in the camera. So we're just not gonna mess with camera angles or anything today. And hopefully I've gotten it out of the way of me bonking my head on it constantly and knocking it around. So Holly will be here, Maddie will be here, Brandy will be here, and then I framed it up so that even though she's in the picture, that Velma is basically framed out of every picture, so that, you know, just to further sort of emphasize that the fact that they were her friends, but there was a distance, you know, and the fact that she came to realize that because there was a distance, and then it's like, oh wait, they make fun of me all the time. So the idea is just to sort of represent that, like, friend as you know, that just because they're your friend doesn't mean that you can't set boundaries with them, basically, because this turns, the next few pages after this are that Velma's like, you know, the next time somebody says something, she's like, can you just not? And they're just like, whoa, and they're no longer friends. And so she's like, oh, okay, so those weren't really friends then. Okay, like, making the connections. So next we have Brandy, and the idea for her is that she is a banshee that cannot sing, which is how she ended up in Silverville. And they thought she would have such a lovely voice, but she ended up being completely tone deaf, and therefore did not choose to stay with her family and lived in Silverville. And I do these character sketches as part of the process. So, circling back, because I should put like a little notepad on my thing of what I'm yapping about at the time, because tangents are a thing. So, what we are looking at now, the characters. So basically, the idea is to come up with Zigfield's introduction to said topic, and then figure out the reaction of the friends, which is usually to be like, oh, well, this is my experience, and then someone say, oh, this is my experience, and then for them to discuss why they did what they did, or how they did what they did, or why what they did is important, depending on, you know, just what the context is. And then eventually Zigfeld being like, oh, that's cool, I get it. And then the final part is usually like him realizing something because of his new understanding, or him behaving or saying or acting differently because of some different situation. So the idea is then to, from the stories that I come up with for the main characters, in this case, I needed to come up with their bullies. So that is what I came up with all of these initial character sketches. There's also like a fox down here that like barely reads, but that's a fox. And then there's one that he looks like a fur monster, and his name is Sully. So they never got past like the very light sketching stages. And then this guy, this guy, I think he is just adorable, but I don't know exactly what capacity he's going to be used at yet. But I have the other ones all good to go. So those are the three the three baddies we are looking at right now. And all of the characters will probably show up in some form or fashion in the book. If not this one, then in future books. You going up? All right. This is Chanterelle. She is a sweet girl. Sometimes thought about doing a cat cam or something, but she's always like either right there. So we'll just leave it as it is. So I'm going to do Harpy over here. She has sort of an updo thing going on. She has very angular features. And then nose, mouth, sharp chin. And then she just wears a basic tunic with a belt, which is hidden behind here. And then the wings go in the back. Okay, then Maddie, our Medusa, it's actually like Medusa's sister. Cause it's like, we're not all named Medusa, that's my sister, da 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 da. So, yes, I come up with backstories for everybody, so. That is just how I roll. So, Maddie's hair is, of course, snakes, which are just indicated sort of by shapes, more or less. But they're fun to play with because you can like put them at angles and stuff, and they can kind of reflect what Maddie's thinking or feeling or doing or saying or whatever. And they're very judgmental throughout the book, or throughout her section of the book. They're very judgmental. They will stare your shit down and make you feel bad about being in the right. And yeah, the character sketches help because I'm not basing a drawing off of a drawing, off of a drawing, off of a drawing. You know, how by the time you get to the end, it's like a game of putting your brain together in the right direction. Telephone. Yeah, I think it's called telephone or telegram, whatever. And by the time you get to the end of it, you're going to have something that does not look like what your intention was, or it develops in such a way that it doesn't look like what it was at the beginning because you're going faster, or you forget that the person has something on their face, because like the character is so distinctive to the eye angles and this and that and the other. So like throughout you might do an expression where somebody's surprised, so suddenly their eyes are slightly elongated, but then if their face is relaxed in the next one and you do it with those same elongated eyes, you've just changed the character, or they're just constantly surprised now, which I guess either is possible, but I'm guessing for the most part it will not read as intentional. All right, and this should look like they are all in like on the stage in the like activity hall or whatever in the school. So this will be like red velvet drapes, although it'll look like stripes here because color and shading added in the computer. So we're basically looking at a coloring book as I draw. But those are our four ladies. If we can get any sort of focus. Nope. Luckily, I have some upgraded wiring coming on tomorrow, so hopefully I will be able to improve stream quality. That's my next goal, because, I mean, other than the fun, disastrous feedback of this morning, I mostly, I think, have the audio figured out so far. I haven't gotten any "you're muted" lately, so that's nice. And one thing I actually did to help me, the one picture that I did was like their faces over and over and over again, which really helped to figure out the order to draw stuff, and it's weirdly specific, but it's actually really helpful to draw a character out a few times. But if they're just going to be characters that show up a little bit, it feels like, you know, not a waste of time exactly, but if I can do it in a way that is actually just creating one of the pages of the book, that's great. That's great. Very sharp face. Sometime if the pen gets cat hair generally in its roller ball, it'll suddenly just start spewing out ink, which just happened right down here. But that's okay. It's just her hands on the podium. It still reads well enough. Oh, you're back. Hi, sweet girl. This is why you're supposed to come in before I start. That's when you get your snuggles. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Hi, Mrs. Brainbow. How are you? Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Seems to be about half of the stuff I do when I'm not streaming myself. Good, good. I'm working on the pages that I was trying to finish on Tuesday, but they will be finished today, and then I might move on to some sewing. Because I'm working on fifth book. What are you working on today? Oh, some chores. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have really always enjoyed the process of making these books and have fallen out of the habit, I think. And then being sick for a year, it just, or 2 years, it kind of just completely fell away from priority. And that was I think that was the best part about my birthday stream, was the fact that I rediscovered, like, I really want to work on that again. I'm taking it easy today. Been feeling run down and exhausted. Oh no, take care of yourself. I am hearing that in every circle, and oh my goodness, yes. It is a good idea to drink extra water. That's my go-to. Like, if and when I reach the point where I get to have the little points for the thing where you get, my hydrate level is going to be like a one little thing, because I think water's just important as all get out. I will enjoy the stream time. I'll be in the shadows hydrating and resting. Good. Take care of yourself. Definitely take care of yourself. I basically, that is the only priority that I can really get behind. It's like, yeah, take care of yourself. Be good to yourself. Drink water. Stay home. Do chores. Craft shit. Oh, that doesn't come out as cute there. Yeah, I definitely hope everyone out there is feeling okay and taking care of themselves and drinking water and taking time to spend time with their animals and reaching out to friends when they need it, because I know that's definitely something I am not the best at. Hi. But I must say, it is nice to be back on a semblance of a schedule again. Because in as much as you want to believe astrology, I enjoy it and find very intriguing patterns within the practice. And the Capricorn of me has been just more than the active person who's been like bored as shit, not being able to do anything. It is all about the like mental, when you're recovering from stuff, sometimes it's all about the mental recovery. And try as I might, it's like, it's just a schedule. Like, a schedule to me is the easiest way to just be able to be like, I know where I'm supposed to be, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I just have to be there, and my audio has to work. That's about it. That's about it. And then the cat comes in and distracts everything. You can see her shadow right there. uh, at least we're back to reasonable weather. I thought it was going to get windy, because it usually gets windy every time the sun goes away during the day. But so far, so good. So hopefully no power outages are in store. Okay, there are the 4 ladies at the magical beasts. Protect the magic beast, whatever. Oh, sorry, honey. Apparently, if I say my piece too harshly, it's gonna freak her out. or she's just being dramatic for interim pets. That is a good possibility as well. In fact, that is a very distinct and bold possibility as well. Ooh, where did I put those? I was going to show the lino cuts we did yesterday, but I don't know where I put them. I think I probably put them away because I'm trying to be responsible and stuff, which just means I can't find anything ever. I love the theory of cleaning, and I love doing it for other people. And I like clean space, but organized, just the idea of it baffles me because it's like I spend all this time putting stuff away and then I can't find it. Whereas if I throw shit up on my shelves haphazardly, I know exactly where everything is. I guess that's just, I don't know, how it works sometimes. But I do try to get organized. I try to stay organized, but I think rather than organized, I focus on not getting like too far down the hole of disorganization. So it's like I don't aim for like organized. Like I like organized. I like when everything's labeled, and I tend to do that in my kitchen sometimes. But in my office space, in my art studio, I don't see the point of having like everything labeled. I think it's more important to know where stuff is and actually actually have it like available visually, because as visual people, a lot of visual people tend to, if it's not in your eyesight, it might not be on your radar, and thus you either need a list or you need the actual thing in your face. And since I'm really good at making lists and then doing something else, I'm best with the in my face kind of thing. So I have you can kind of see behind me. Change the frame for just a sec. So I don't want to change the frame. Anyways, sometimes before I change the frame, before I change the frame up, you could see behind me. These are mirrors, and that's to bounce light from the one window that I have that's right over here. And then across the way, if it's up higher, you can kind of see in these ones, when you can see in those ones, that I just have stuff piled on shelves, on open shelves, and it doesn't look organized, but it definitely looks like an art studio, and it's a lot more productive for me that way. So I guess long story short, don't judge yourself on how you art, just go ahead and art. Although I think some people, organizing their own stuff is part of their art, or helping other people to organize their stuff is part of their art. Because over the years, as a house cleaner, who doesn't necessarily keep her own space, like my clients would be like, they'd look at my house and be like, oh my god, it looks like Michael's exploded in here. And I'm like, yeah. Like generally my the rest of my space is maintained to whatever degree of comfort and livability, but my office is just, it's always a disaster because I'm always pulling something out or putting something away, or setting up for the next project. Or I'm, especially during the holidays when I'm doing larger like fabrication builds, those take up a lot of space, and they also require drying time. So what you're looking at is not only not only are you looking at having like this huge thing out that's out drying. Like when I'm working on tombstones, I was like shifting them into the open space in the kitchen and then back into the office space, so I had enough room. Plus, when you have a bunch of stuff drying, either with plaster or glue or paint or whatever, you don't want to be knocking into it constantly, even if they're gravestones and they're supposed to look a little distressed. that's not that's just not. So it's like shifting stuff in, shifting stuff out. My office like studio space is probably about 10 by 15, something like that. 10 by 15. So I fit a lot in a small amount of space. I mean, I guess the dream is to have a larger space where I would actually be able to have a table that I could lay out a full sheet of material and actually cut out a pattern instead of what I do now where I have a table that I can like it's like sections and then you push it a little bit and then you can pin a section, then you do a little bit, you pin a section, and you lay the whole thing out in the living room floor to be sure everything's yeah. Space is nice, but then you go back to the. If you're not familiar with George Carlin, you should go check out George Carlin. I will wait. You back? Okay, cool. No, George Carlin was a comedian that I wish, like him and Bill Hicks, and there's a couple others that I just wish were like still around because their commentary right now would be greatly appreciated. But the particular bit that I'm talking about here is his spiel about stuff and things and things and stuff, and how you go on vacation, you like have a house and you have and you have stuff, and you move into a bigger house, so you need to buy more stuff to fit your house, and then you go on vacation and you come back with more stuff, but you didn't really need that stuff, so you put that stuff behind other stuff and call it a I don't know, a display or whatever. Yeah, it's just this whole rant about stuff and space and the correlation between the two. And being an overthinker, I always thought of that as being this like really interesting idea of not just the idea that, buying stuff, taking it out of that realm, but just the idea of economy of space and how spatial usage is more important than amount of space. And granted, there are diminishing returns in both directions, because it'd be great to have a place where I could just have, I now have my, production studio. It basically runs through the center of my studio. So there's like a walkway and storage area on that side, and then the like production stuff on this side. So it'd be great to have, more space. And in the long run, it would be great to be able to actually film larger projects being done. Like having a camera up in the corner or whatever. So yeah, I mean, it's going to now the organization of my office is now going to partially depend on having a dedicated space to film, because if there is nothing else I have learned, it's like you just want to be able to sit down and go. And I had a rolling cart that was in a slightly different position every single time, and so I'd have to adjust the camera slightly different, and so I wouldn't get like the frame that I'd want, or I'd have to, this and that and the other. So yeah, just like an art space, everything can be seen as an interesting puzzle. Some you just cry over a little more often than others, but still a fun puzzle for the most part. All in all. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We are looking at the same four ladies, and for this, I'm going to... Hi, beautiful. Are you awake now? Are you going to shift around a bit? Alright, I'm going to bring the tempo down just a bit. Never know if the balance is right. I try to the another fun conundrum of personal of one person productions. In order to check my sound legitimately, I have to go out of the room because if I'm in the room, my mic will pick up whatever I'm testing, and so it'll cause feedback, which I think is part of what caused the feedback loop. Sorry, I'm picking up my mic. I'll stop. Um, it'll start a feedback loop, so I have to take it to another room and turn the mic up all the way so that when I walk in the other room, if I can hear it kind of hissing, I know it's at least doing something. Occasionally, I've tried like yelling, and sometimes that that gets picked up. So feel free to let me know, like, what's the for games, what's backseating, like for games, when you tell people like how to do stuff in games, like there is backseating when it comes to probably not artwork, because like everybody has an opinion on artwork, and whereas I appreciate opinions and I love suggestions of techniques, new mediums, new art forms, anything like that. Like if somebody comes in and starts saying, "Oh, those eyes are too big," it's just like, well, that is your opinion. But when it comes to tech, there is an off switch, or it's the same switch, but there's on and off. You know, there are yes and no. There are correct ways to set things up and incorrect things to set things up. Because if you set them up correctly, you get feedback, or you get nothing. Nothing is an option that I have experienced, which is super fun. Especially when you don't notice until you're about an hour in to. Geez, what project was I working on at that point? I think I was sewing something. And I realized that I was just broadcasting a black screen. And it's just like, oh, okay. Maybe there was background music on it or something. But yeah, no, it no longer exists. So I'm not going to ever worry about that again. Where did I put the pencil? Like, seriously, the one pencil I have, is it under the cat? It's probably under the cat. I know. Okay, it's not under the cat. Sorry, honey. Ah. Pencil back in the pen jar. Oh well. There we go. Okay, so we are looking right now at Brandy. Oh, is this touching your head now? if if the board gets any further down than this, it starts to become annoying to her. So you're gonna settle in. Where are you going? Oh, you're just gonna go right there? Okay. She's gonna stay down there for a while. Because this is gonna move just a little bit. There we go. So we are, I'm gonna do this panel first, so I'm not dragging my hand, because I am right-handed. So if I do this one first, I'll be dragging my hand over it constantly. So I'm gonna do this side and then this side. It's not necessarily a hard and fast rule, and if I say any hard and fast rules, I'm gonna break it on the next page. So there you go. In the true words of James Welch, there is no rules in makeup, but there are theory. Just like there are no rules in drawing, really. There are just theories and lots of different medias and lots of different styles. And I think the biggest thing that I wish someone had told me back when I started doing illustration, or when I started drawing and coloring stuff, whatever, because I would always compare myself to my older sister, who was always better than me because she had 3 more years experience. But nobody really, that was just a concept of like, oh, don't worry, you'll be better someday. It's like I wish someone had put it into the context of, if you start doing something when you're 3 years old, you are going to be better than somebody who starts it when they are 15, 16, 17, potentially, unless they're, a genius at it. But that's the thing. Everybody starts at a different time. Everybody's on a different time frame, and everybody develops their own style. That's the biggest thing. Everybody develops their own style. So the best way to learn how to draw is by drawing, watching other people draw, asking people why they do the way things that they do, going to classes, watching Twitch stuff, because there are tons of drawers on here who are better than me. And I have no problem saying that, because I'm better at some things than people and worse than other things, and some things I haven't tried and some things I've tried, and that's it's the good thing. So that's why it's always weird to me when people are like, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? To kids, it's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? A grown up? Like, I want to live to be a grown up and be happy. And yeah, the whole John Lennon thing of, what do you want to be when you grow up? Happy? I don't think you understand the question. I don't think you understand life. It's horrible. um but yeah, it's the idea that we put pressure on kids that they're somehow supposed to know what they're supposed to do, and we put on young artists that they somehow are supposed to be able to learn things in the same way that everybody else learns. But a lot of it is just practice, because the reason that great painters have great styles is because they develop them themselves for themselves based on their own color preferences and situation and what they wanted to say and all that sort of stuff. So what we're looking at is a bunch of people who created styles that were their own styles but now are taught in schools as styles that other people should learn how to do. And that's great only in as much as you need to learn the rules in order to break the rules, right? So that it was kind of what I was talking about with the lino cut yesterday, the fact that um there are, I am self-taught on lino cut. I took one class, I think, back in like high school, college. Like, I vaguely remember doing it at some point in some sort of introduction to some art stuff. But I never, like, there were never any conversations that were like, oh, you're learning this in order to be able to develop the way that you see the world, that you are learning this to develop the way that you represent the world. I'm making her too short. I should start on Velma because Velma is easy because I've drawn her a bazillion times. So, yep, that is just the fascinating part to me about the whole idea of learning how to do art, is the fact that you're learning techniques and then you develop your own style and interpretation, way of seeing the world and everything. And it might be something that's really good and it might be something that's not really good, but I mean, it's those are so subjective. They're just so subjective. So yeah, I basically, within the Happy Undead Friends, just developed a style that I found nice and pleasant to draw. I'm happy with the results. Once they get colored, they look just vibrant and so pretty. And so I just kept doing it. And, 5 books in, um, still learning how to draw the different characters, and when I have new characters come in, and but I think it's all worth it. I just think it's all worth it. I think that everybody has something to say, and whether it is visual or whether it is, the way that you make coffee, or the your style, or I mean, everybody has things that make them uniquely them, and that's the same with cartoons, and luckily cartoons are easy and they make sense, so that's why I spend most of my time with them. Well, at least while I'm drawing. I've tried to do realistic stuff, and I don't know if I have the patience for it, which is why I'm always just absolutely in love with people who do, um, inking or any kind of, like, just realistic pen and ink or pencil and ink drawing, because I mean, that's one of the things I learned in school, and I can do it, and I can make a towel laying on a, or hanging on a couch or on a chair look like a couch, or, jeez, look like a towel hanging on a chair. I mean, it takes a while, but it's once you learn the techniques of it, it's pretty straightforward and everything. But do I have the patience to do everything like that, or the will or the, I don't know, motivation or whatever. I don't know what it is. Like I just, some people choose certain forms of art because that is what speaks to them, or they choose a certain style within an art form that speaks to them. And that is what I have done with the Happy Undead Friends. Like it's just a style that works for me, and it gets the point across. Like the main thing for me, the story was the main thing, but since I'm like trained in drawing, I there's no point in like hiring someone to do the artwork for it. You know, even if I could potentially hire someone who would be, you know, make it like 10 times cooler than I could. But I guess that's just not the point of it, you know. It's to get a story across, and I don't want to spend 10 years illustrating each book. Though on average I'm spending 2 years. But not this time. This time we are pumping through pages because I am focused and determined in 2022 to I don't know, get something done, cuz 2020 and 2021 were just like a write off, something like that. We'll see. Pretty much I am just doing streaming because I've been sick for the last 2 years and in recovery and attempting to do the jobs that I used to do ended up making me all the sicker and caused the long-term illness part of the whole scenario. So, what I was just doing here alone in my room, I discovered other people were doing on Twitch. So, ta da! Because, yeah, that's basically what I've been doing for the last year is trying different random projects and making decorations for my house and doing gardening stuff and all of that. So now I am just adding the added, I'm going to say fun, but I do not mean that sarcastically, though it sounds sarcastic. Because it's the tech part that's frustrating. The streaming part I love. And like meeting other people on doing their art and, you know, everything like that has just been fascinating. The tech has been exhausting, but that is what tech is there for. So we just say, thank you, tech gods, and do not smite me today. Thank you. Thank you. So, now we are working on Ms. Maddie here. And she is a monster that's hair is made of snakes. So everyone thinks that she is like the Medusa, but she's not. She's like, Medusa is my sister, and Medusa is our last name. So that's kind of why she's a mean girl, because she's like the whole second sister syndrome. Which, I guess after telling you about my always comparing my drawing to my sister, probably makes it seem like she might be me, but I actually was not a bully. Primarily because I was raised to be a peacemaker by my family, because it was my job to calm everybody else down. So I did not become a bully. I was bullied for a very, very short period of time from a kid who I obviously will not name. But yeah, that was a weird one. It was like he this won't give anything away. He you know, I think he knew that I was a preacher's kid. So he thought that was really funny. Um and so that was the main part of it, I guess. I don't even remember what he said. All I remember is that like apparently apparently I was just like, after a very short period of time, I went to like the principal and was like, he will not leave me alone. And so we had some like mediation or something and it got worked out, which works. I have no idea how long it went on for. I think it was less than one school year. But I know what bullying feels like in other capacities, just not in school. So, yeah, based on my friend's suggestion to help her daughter out, I decided to do this book. And then um, they moved away, and so it wasn't like this, gotta get it done, because apparently she was really happy at her new school. And so at that point, that was about 5 years ago. Jeez, maybe 5 years ago, plus 2 years, because everything's plus 2 years. Anyways, the she when I worked on it again, there wasn't like the panic because she was in a better situation or whatever. But yeah, the original characters are from like the original character studies. Hi, honey. These guys date back to 2017, 2016 maybe. Because I asked for suggestions as to what I should do for the next book, right when I was finishing the last book, and that's when it was suggested. And so yeah, now I'm finally finishing it. Or well, knock on wood, I'm finally working on it again. We're gonna go with that as being the decision on how I'm going to phrase that. Yes, 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 yes. All right, so again, we now have Maddie, and this one is for debate club, so she's holding a pencil, because that is what debaters do. I was in debate for a while. Although I didn't really do it in high school that much, actually, because the people that I joined debate club with were seniors when I was a sophomore, which is the first year that you can join clubs, I believe. And they like graduated that year. And then all that were left were like dude bros that were just taking debate in order for it to look good on their resume or college applications, who weren't really interested in debating or having like real debate. I don't know. The energy changed when my two friends graduated, so I just let debate go by the wayside. And I think that's when I decided to join the school newspaper instead. I think that was it. I don't know. High school is a blur. I mean, granted, I had a great time. I had a great time in high school. I absolutely loved it. Would not really change much of anything about it, but I still would never go back to it because let's just say I've done a lot of work since then, and oh my god, yeah, no, it was a different world. It was a different world, and I have no interest in no interest in going back. It was not my glory days. Not that it wasn't my glory days, but yeah, I don't believe in glory days necessarily. So, oop, I forgot her collar here. And they actually worked on the school paper. Oh wait, so yeah, that is the time frame on it. I'm trying to figure out time frames is like what? But yeah, so sophomore year I was in debate club. My friends graduated, so I didn't join again. So I did the newspaper instead. And I was actually selected to be the editor of the school paper, along with my friend Chris. We were going to be co-editors. But the my junior year, which was my first year on the newspaper staff, and I was a spread editor for one of them. So I actually did like the layout and setup and selection of the stories for one of the sections, but I don't remember what it was. Anywho, so we had an actual bit of a controversy from the year before. There was some unfortunate, or from, yeah, it was my junior year. Some unfortunate placement of this like joke story next to a student obituary. Like it was not a good look all around, and partially for budgetary reasons and partially for that reason, they didn't have a school paper my senior year, so I did not get to play senior I did not get to play the editor in chief role, though. I don't know. It was, dealing with a bunch of high school kids that would put an obituary next to a joke story. So possibly it was more responsibility than I wanted to deal with. I don't know. But then when I got to college, I ended up getting involved in the um, student magazine there as well, which was also very, very fun because I love things with projects and deadlines. That is my jam. There we go. But yeah, I think I have a. Now that I think about it, I think I have a curse on. I think I have a curse on student publications because I just realized the fact that the student magazine I started there my freshman year because I was coming straight out of school, and so I got involved, or straight out of high school, so I got involved in that. And the woman who was organizing it graduated the next year, and they just kind of stopped doing it because it was through the student union. And so they just kind of stopped doing it, and then they were going to do it again. And so they had people like put in their names for like editing it. And I put my name in on it since I was the only one at the school that had actually ever worked on it. But they said I was too busy doing PR for, because I was what was I doing? I was doing PR. Did I have another position? I don't know. For the student union. And they were just like, well, we just think that we really need you to prioritize this and then the other. I'm just like, okay. And then they chose an editor that flaked out after about 3 months, and then I think it just like went away. I think it just sort of dissolved because it was one of those where it really was a student magazine. It was like we had a budget of like the printing cost of the stuff at the like what is it? Thinking digicopy, but that's definitely not what it's called. The copy machine. Is that just what it's called? Copy machine? Yeah. That was our entire budget. It was like $5 a week to be able to buy paper and print out the the uh the the thing, and it was 11 by 17 just folded over, and when we got fancy there'd be an 11 by or an 8.5 by 11 like insert, and we do that for like when finals were coming up, that sort of thing, maybe. But yeah, I think a lot of it was ideas and a bunch of artists saying, yeah, no, no, totally, I'm gonna follow through. Yeah, 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 no, totally, I'm gonna follow through. Uh, yeah, newspapers and newsletters and all that are not really a thing anymore that much, huh? Well, I guess they are digitally. You can do them digitally, but not much reason to do that when you can just like make a video and send that out. Seems like that would be a good option. But who knows? All right, so we have everybody in except for sorry, except for Velma, who's in the corner here. So, oh, finish her wings before we move on to her, because if I don't do them before I move on to Velma, I will hammer Velma out, 2 seconds flat, blah, 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 and then start doing the background, and I will go right through where Holly's wings are supposed to be. I think part of getting good at anything is just figuring how you're most likely to fuck it up and then not doing that as much as possible. And that's your tips from Kiki for the day. All right. So there is that. And overall, you can see we're not going for matchy-matchy. We're going for same characters, same spot, different sort of setup. So, like in this one, she's pushed forward, in this one, she's pushed back. In this one, she's standing upright, in this one, she's like hunched, or vice versa. In this one, she's standing upright, in this one, she's hunched over. So, trying to show, that this is different times, different places, that sort of thing. Okay, Velma, and then background, and then next panel. I just rubbed my eye and did something to it. Ain't that fun? So the disgusting looking but delicious tasting beverage that I have going on today is a chia drink that is lemon juice, lime juice, chia seeds, honey, little maple syrup, turmeric, ginger, a little bit of salt. I think that's it. Yes, and it's delicious. I don't know if you've ever had turmeric outside of like curry and that sort of thing, but it has this amazing floral flavor. But you can't tell what actual. It's kind of like with passion fruit flavor. It's like it tastes like a fruit, maybe a berry, but you can't quite tell what it is. That's how turmeric is to like with the same thing. It tastes kind of floral. It tastes kind of husky, but you can't quite place it. So it's really nice in drinks like that, especially because usually ginger will take over and stuff like that, because I just put ginger powder in there because I want the ginger flavor, but I also want the ginger part of it. So it's a nice dried ginger, but that can get pretty intense. But just a little bit of turmeric in there is really nice for the flavor. And plus, the main reason for the entire combo is because with my current health condition, I need to drink a lot of water. Basically, the rule of thumb is you take your weight, divide it in half, and that's how many ounces of water you should drink a day. And I'll give you a second to do that math, because that is a lot of water, regardless of how itsy bitsy you are. Because this, which is that drink, which looks like sludge water when everything's settled out, but yeah, it's all. So the chia is to okay, water, obviously. In the condition, need to have extra water. That canister is, I believe, They're all canning jars, so they should have their ounces on them, but I guess not. I think they're 24 ounce. I'm pretty sure they're like 24 ounce. Let me know if I'm like totally off on that because then my math is going to be stupid. Um, but I'm roughly 200 pounds, so I have to drink 4 of those every day. And that is just to keep my blood volume at a place that I can stand up without like fainting. Um, Though it's never gotten so bad that I've actually fainted because I tend to drink water a lot anyways. And also you need to up your salt amount because blood volume is affected by saline levels. Saline being salt and water levels. So, um, so water first of all is the main ingredient because I need to drink that much water. And so having something that's not just water is nice because I also have just water going as well. Okay, so water. Salt, obviously, to help with blood volume. Turmeric and ginger both help with digestion and with inflammation. And inflammation is a huge issue, especially because I don't want to be on antihistamines forever or for the next few years all the time because I don't like how they make me feel, all in all. So I do the turmeric and ginger to help with any inflammatory issues related to the stuff. And then they also taste good, obviously, and we want things to taste good as much as possible. Then the chia seeds are good for fiber digestion, and they also help me help me to feel full because I am doing a semi fast right now because I am trying to jumpstart my system because I don't want to do this for another year or 2 years. So part of that is intermittent fasting, and so I am doing intermittent fasting over the next few months in order to help my system repair itself by, well, not actually to help my system repair itself. It's to help my system kick off all the shit it's holding on to so that my system can start to heal from the heart damage and the brain damage and whatever else I have floating around in my system that's all effed up. So I'm starting off with that, and the chia seeds help me to just feel satiated when I'm on one of my fasting days, because the idea is to fast for at least 3 days, up to 5, and then my system will be kicking off a bunch of the because one of the possibilities of why I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with is the fact that within long haulers the virus can be there's virus persistence, and there's also the potential of it being stored, like all viruses, or a lot of different viruses. Part of what makes them a problem is that they could be stored in a part of your body. Some will show up in your spinal cord, some will show up in your connective there's different places, like in the fat, in the muscle, in the brain, in the heart, different places that it can sit. It's looking like, disclaimer, not a doctor, just trying to fix myself. I'm just sharing what I'm doing. I'm not looking for medical advice, nor am I trying to convince you of any medical stuff. I'm just sharing part of my journey, and part of my journey is trying to figure out all this shit because I can't afford to see a doctor, and that actually is not necessarily turning out to be a bad thing because everyone that I know that's been going to doctors regularly over the last few years is just hitting a point of being either finally now getting on the right track or just continuously being frustrated and not getting any answers. So I did a lot of reading of medical information about how acute illness can cause autoimmune issues. It apparently was not uncommon with Ebola, when Ebola was an issue. So the condition that is what long COVID basically is not new, but it is a new variation, just like novel virus, novel reaction, and novel aftermath. And so basically, I am going through all of the science and everything that my friends are getting from their doctors, because I have a couple long hauler friends who luckily have been on this journey with me. And I'm getting information from passed to me from them, and I'm getting information passed to me from I have a couple friends who are medical professionals, and I think the best moment was when I was talking to one of my friends, and this was way back in the process, and I just figured out that the blood volume thing is an issue, and so I had upped my water and upped my salt, which most people were like, well, I can understand the water thing, but you're having heart stuff, so the salt thing seems weird, and da 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 da. And I'm like, I know it's like I can't do one thing without something else being affected, but it's such a systemic thing that I'm trying to deal with the underlying things and the overlying things and all the stuff. So it's a lot of explanation, and I've had to explain a lot of different times in a lot of different ways. But basically, I was the first time I was talking to a medical professional who, wasn't medical advice. I was just telling her what I was doing and what I had discovered. And the first thing, before I had mentioned what I was doing, what my protocols were, she's like, "Okay, so you have upped you've upped your water and you've upped your salt, right?" First thing she said, and I burst into tears because it was just like, "Oh my god." You mean I might be on the right path? I might be looking at the right, scientific information. I might be looking at the correct, medical history, the correct, history based in scientific study, and the aftermath of the Spanish flu and the aftermath of this and that and the other. So that was a wonderful moment for me. So I've continued to do that, and I have a few sources online that I follow for that, but a lot of it is just looking up, reading medical journal stuff about how to deal with the various symptoms and what the overarching thing might be, and and sometimes what the overarching thing might be, the treatment for that is actually going to make me sicker in another area, which brings us to the present. So from what I have been able to glean from my reading of medical information, and I'm specifically not calling it research, and you can put that to whatever you want because, you know, whatever, I don't care. Um, I looked up medical information and historical documents that talk about what can happen to the body with a traumatic illness. And so now we're back in the present. Currently, I am doing the fasting protocols in order to um, jumpstart my metabolism, because part of the issue that causes the autoimmune disorder that is caused in a traumatic illness situation is that your body basically thinks you're dying. Like it just thinks you're dying, and so it tells everything to start shutting down, but you're keeping yourself alive, and so your digestion tries to shut down, but you're still putting stuff into it. That's the best way to describe it. And so everything gets sluggish, and your metabolism is affected all the way down to the mitochondrial level. So that's what we're looking at. So general time frame, if I did nothing but lived, because at this point my biggest concern would be a heart attack or a stroke, because of heart damage, potential brain damage, and clotting issues involved with post-COVID illness. So those are my two big issues. So a lot of my day is just spent like focusing on, like, okay, how do I live another day? And unfortunately, like I said, some of the stuff that works for you works against you at the same time. So when I got to the point of looking into the idea of viral persistence and your body holding on to a
viral load, or it's still being somewhere in your body held in some way, and the fact that different diseases do it in different ways. And it comes down to, in 7 years my body will have completely replaced itself. So if I can keep my shit going for 7 years, everything will more or less work itself out because there are no damaged cells anymore. Okay, well, that's great. But there are two distinct things in your body, one being fat cells and the other being stuff in your bowels that doesn't come out, are both sh- are both being discussed as potentially the most, I don't want to say common because none of this is common, it's all new, but the pattern is showing that the viral persistence or dead virus being in your body, I mean, whatever it is, however it works, I'm trying to simplify it, and I'm trying to explain it in a way that doesn't just sound all medically. But basically, your gut, like the inside of your gut can hold it, and your fat cells can hold it. Well, if anybody's ever really thought about it, every 7 years, all your cells are replaced. Your fat cells aren't. They stay the same. They're just there. They don't go anywhere unless they go somewhere. And so the idea with the intermittent fasting is to jumpstart my metabolism in such a way that everything starts moving in the right direction, because it's a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. And in the past, I've done short-term intermittent fasting, and I feel so much better, so much clearer. My brain clears up, my swelling goes down, like all that sort of stuff. So within that context, the idea is that I will fast for a while, which will jumpstart my metabolism, and just the natural act of breathing and walking around will be enough to activate my metabolism to start burning off fat cells. Okay? So, we get to the point of burning off fat cells. Awesome. But every time this has happened in the last year and a half, suddenly my system gets dumped with all these toxins of the shit sitting in the fatty tissue. Oh, hello, Mrs. Brainbow and Fidgety Digits. I don't have it set up so I have sound or anything, but welcome, welcome, welcome. So thankful for you joining me today. We're just drawing and chatting. But yeah, hope you guys are doing well. I know that Mrs. Brainbow is doing some chores in the background today. So thank you for following. Fidgety Digits, what are you working on today? It looks like I have not looked at this for an hour. Awesome. I am on the ball today. Yeah, I was saying this yesterday. When I'm doing anything else, I pay attention to the world around me, but as soon as I start drawing, like, myopic. That's what this guy is. He is my self-portrait of me when I am drawing, because I become ridiculously myopic. So possibly drawing on stream for a chatty stream is not the way to go. But, it's a learning process, and I am enjoying it incredibly much. Incredibly much. So, okay, so the idea is that you do it just enough so that your body starts to burn a bit of some fat off, which is going to throw me into a relapse. Which, short description of relapse, fuck. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. So, but I'm doing it to myself on purpose, because what is going to happen is every single time I start feeling better and I start getting active and my metabolism kicks into shape, I'm going to get sick again. But if I'm not prepared for it, I'm going to go full relapse, which can take 2 weeks to a month to get out of. And we're talking my heart being completely out of control, going AFib, just standing up, that kind of stuff. Sometimes I struggle with words, and this is me on a good level of braininess, but it can get so bad that I can't form sentences. And so I'm doing this to myself, knowing that I am going to put myself into a position where I'm going to make myself very, very sick, but it's in a controlled burst so that I'm able to, as soon as I start to feel the effects, then I go back onto food, which is a whole process. Going off of food and going onto food is a whole process. If anybody's interested, I'm totally cool going into it, because the more I can sort of like help people just try new things, because I can't do this for another year, and so I'm trying what I can, and that includes Twitch, which is turning out to be kind of the funnest part of the whole process. But so I'd be causing myself to get sick, with the idea that I'm causing myself to get a little sick when I am basically doing nothing but being aware of how my system is functioning. Because then I know I need to stop the fasting part and go back on to very, 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 very restrictive and limited diet that is incredibly nutrient rich but low in anything like super delicious. Because when I go into a flare up like that, I cannot have anything that causes a antihistamine reaction, because my system's going to be dealing with like the burliest antihistamine reaction possible, because it's like everywhere at once, because it just hits your bloodstream and is just everywhere at once. um so instead of doing it in like the natural way where I would be getting better, getting more active, and then feeling worse, trying to push through, try to muscle through, which is how I almost killed myself 2 summers ago, when my heart was like, my heart like really went bonkers. um Doing it in a situation where I know that I'm going to do this, and then as soon as I start to feel it, I'm essentially on sitting bed rest again, because I need to let everything go through my system, and any movement that I do is aggravating the tissue and the swelling and everything. So every move that I make at this point, just because of how reactive my system is, like my arm is, my hand is pretty much always swollen at this point, like my wrist area, and the hand going into there, because I'm constantly doing stuff with my hands. So it's just something I've gotten used to over the last 2 years. And if I'm on antihistamines, it lessens. It doesn't go away, but it definitely lessens, and it allows me to eat foods that cause histamine reactions, like tomato and gluten and dairy and basically everything. Like, I'm basically on potatoes and some vegetables. Can't even use vinegar, because vinegar actually causes a reaction in my throat when I'm flaring up. So that's why it's just like, that's why just the big swear word for the reaction to it, because I have spent the last year doing everything I possibly can to not have a relapse, and now I'm going into a year where I'm going to be spending basically up to the next 6 months causing relapses. Feels really weird, because it's both like, I feel really good because it feels like a positive step. It is definitely a positive step, because when I've done little intermittent fasting, um and as I've looked at the science behind it, and as I have looked into the potential of what my life looks like if I don't do it, like, it's a great idea. And I mean, and the thing is, it's not an unheard of treatment for it, but it is definitely not one that doctors would recommend. But what doctors would recommend is literally a handful of um Jesus, just okay, so antihistamines, anti-inflammatories, steroids, heart meds, anti-anxiety, antidepressants, um Yeah, and then just whatever variations on those, because everyone I know who has tried any of those has been on multiple ones of them, because just like with how some people might experience side effects, well, they're using drugs that aren't really meant for what they're for, but they kind of have an effect there, but they won't have an effect for everybody. So, my options are to get on a huge regimen of medicine that my body might not ever let me get off of, because, I'm 45, which is not old, but it's not young. And I have, you know, now I have a pretty major pre-existing condition of the long COVID. And so essentially where I'm at is, okay, quality of life. I need to do something decisive, and I need to do something that makes me feel like I'm doing something, because all I've been doing for the last year is trying to keep myself alive. And frankly, I was going to flippantly say boring, but it's monotonous, and it's a lot, and it's exhausting, and it keeps me from doing anything. And thank God there's crafting, because yowza, crafting is something I can do on the days when standing up is too much for my heart to compensate for. Luckily, with compression socks, that happens a lot less than it used to. As I'm learning all the tips and tricks, and as I keep my blood volume up, and as I keep my, um, as I keep my regimen going, and my brain is improving and my heart is improving and all that sort of stuff, it's fewer and far between. But it was definitely a huge part of the recovery process, because for a while I couldn't draw, because I couldn't, like, my eyes were focusing at different depths. So if I had stuff at a certain angle, which is kind of why I got into the habit of drawing in my lap, because if stuff's at a certain angle, I could see it. But if it was at the wrong angle, like, it just wouldn't focus. It's like one of those cameras where they like do the zoom, and it's like it's focused on the front and then it's focused on the back or whatever. That's kind of what it was like. And after time, it would shift and get worse. And then, there were some days that I just could not even focus my eyes enough to be able to draw. And then I've had tremors and stuff for the last few years. And luckily, those have all but gone away, because I was drawing for a while. And and I mean, not to, I don't, I'm laughing because it's just so, it's such a weird reality. And it's just such a weird idea that it's been 2 years. Like, it's been 2 years. 2 years and 2 months ago, I went on a 8 mile full moon midnight snowshoeing adventure with my friend. I was a little tired because I had cleaned for 6 hours and walked about 5 miles already for the day. That was a month, I think, before March 20th. So yeah, it's been a ride. I'm really happy that a lot of my abilities, not to mention my ability to focus mentally, and my ability to stay on track and stay on target, more or less. I still get distracted. I still get confused. If I'm ever streaming on a day that I really can't find my words, this is why. It's because I did too much yesterday. That's just how my system works. Because my body can no longer tell the difference. It can't really gauge the difference between mental stress, emotional stress, and physical stress. So, like, let's say yesterday, um, oh, like, I cleaned the other day, and then I had to stream the next one, and I was just like, I just felt like I was stumbling over everything, because one of the first things, which is awesome with this, one of the first things to go when my short-term physical body, like, my when my the like immediate repercussion thing when I get overexhausted in a short, in a short time frame, is that I will lose words. I'll develop a stutter. Um, and yeah, it's a lot of like losing words where I'm like trying to find it, and then I'll try to say it, and it'll turn into a stutter, and it's this whole neurological path blah 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 thing. So if that happens, I apologize for I don't know. Do I even need to apologize for anything? Probably not. So, yeah. It's been quite a year, and I am happy now to have found this like weird little arting community that I am just really enjoying, talking about art and doing art and streaming art and getting back on projects that I've put off for years. And especially happy that I can. Especially happy that I can, because there were times that I was trying to draw, and I would be going fine, and then all of a sudden I'd have a tremor or something. Because over the time period, I've had both like tremor stuff where like my entire system is just like doing, if you can even tell, like like the whole thing shivering, but then it's like twitching, and sometimes I'll just get random twitches, and sometimes only like one part of my body will have tremors, and occasionally the weirdest one, and this has only happened like maybe 4 or 5 times, but it is so weird, and it's hard to describe. The best way I've been able to figure out how to describe it is it feels like, for when I sort of get, when I'm thinking about whatever and I start to, it feels like there's an earthquake. It feels like I'm in the middle of an earthquake. Cause I've been in a couple, not huge ones, but I've been in a couple earthquakes in my life. And that's what it feels like, where suddenly just everything is kind of moving, but it's all just kind of jerking both ways. And I'll sort of like look around me and be like, what's going on? And and the first thing in every earthquake that I've ever experienced, shit's falling on, falling over, falling down. Nothing was even moving. And I had stuff, I always have stuff held precariously or balanced all around me because, convenience. Nothing's moving. And so I suddenly realized that it's just, I'm having an internal tremor that is so, it's like halfway between like the shaking tremor and the jerk, because it's kind of like this, but, and I've actually caught it on video a couple times where you can kind of, it's kind of obvious, to me at least. But the time that I've actually noticed it the most is when I've been videotaping over the last year. In a lot of my videos, especially I've been doing mostly, whatever you call the tripods lately, because my tremor apparently is not something I notice that it's happening when it's happening all the time. And so I have all of this footage in my garden where I'm like, oh, this is this, and like point stuff around and everything. That's completely unusable because the camera is doing this the whole time when I think I'm doing like a smooth pan. And so yeah, the summer was pretty bad for the tremors and the shaky bits. And it's most likely that that is all neurological issue that's going on, and not some sort of like a palsy or MS or whatever. Most likely, obviously not a doctor, but other people are experiencing that same sort of sensation, and tremors and shaking and that sort of stuff, as long haulers, but they go to doctors and get shit checked out, so they know that they know they are not diagnosed with MS. So that is that. And just the fact that they have, I would say, other than on days when I am like the day after I clean, I have limited stuff like that still. I occasionally, if I'm like dog sitting in a stressful situation or something like that, it'll come up again, because I do dog sit for a lot of medically fragile dogs and have over the years. None of the ones that I watch now really need like medication or anything. Oh no, that's a lie. That's a total lie. The main one needs a ton of medication, but it just is what it is, and it can cause stress. And unfortunately, I was with one of my medically fragile dogs over Christmas, not this last Christmas, but the Christmas before that, and she was just so anxious that I got anxious, and so my heart at that point was completely bonkers, like completely bonkers, to the point that you know my heart rate would get all weird, which would cause her anxiety because dogs pick up on that sort of thing. Trust me, they do. And then it was this like feedback loop that was not good for either one of us. So happy to have the heart under control because that has been, I can't say anything has been the most blank part because it depends on what part of it. Because if you ask me, well, what's been the best part of this? It's like the best part, but then I think about it and it's like, okay, so the best part of it is that I have um, re-enlightened or reinvigorated a bunch of different art forms that I didn't have any time for, so I didn't do them, and now I've had time for them. So I've gotten tons of bike art done, which is going to be one of the focuses for the year, getting a bunch of those done. And oh, for anyone who doesn't know, one of my other random things is taking bike parts and turning them into other things. And that includes jewelry. It includes this is I made it to sell, but I kept it because I liked it. And this is a gear on the bottom. Here, let me put it in this camera so you can kind of see. There we go. So there is this gear at the bottom, and then another gear at the top, and then this is the part that like keeps the pedals attached or something, and then there's a couple other bike parts in there, and then it's just wired together and beaded together, and have short earrings hanging off this bottom part and then longer earrings hanging off this part, and then bracelets on there, and then it's actually built with these are oh there we go these are little beakers that you can put a little water in, and then you could keep like a single flower in each one, or if you take it out, it's a candle holder, and it's set up so that it's not aiming directly towards the jewelry. So, and these are just fake flowers that are in it, and a random candle that's stuck in there, because like I said, I just keep everything here. Let's do this for just a sec. There we go. That's better. So you can see, yeah, it's just all gears put together, and then I put jewels and stuff on the bottom and did it with wire, and it's all like cemented together so it's nice and steady. And then these are metal cut metal panels that I rounded off into little holders, and then those are wrapped with wire too. And actually most of this, not these are my favorite earrings, but I didn't make those. I don't know where those came from actually, but a lot of these are actually like earrings and stuff that I made over the years because I like doing a lot of stuff, and I've done a lot of random stuff. Oh, that is not quite done. I have not done the felt back to it, so luckily it's on shitty furniture, so it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and one more thing, because it's a bike part, and this doesn't work right now because it needs to be on felt, so it's like less skid to it. But the which way does it go? This one? No. Oh, it's not this one. It's one that I sold. Sorry. Ignore that. I did I've done a bunch of those, but another one I did that was a large one like that. I set it up so that the gears were done in such a way that you could actually rotate the top of it without moving the base, with the idea that you would be able to like secure the base down if you wanted to, and then just turn it around the top. So, but that one sold really fast. So I do not have that as an example anymore. And we'll go back to there we go. There we are. So again, we are working on book number 5 of my kids book series called The Happy Undead Friends. I am actually completing the illustrations that I had done on Tuesday because they took longer than I thought. And the goal was one of 3 pages, and we had finished one of 3 pages. So I am calling this Honorary Tuesday Part 2. Yeah, yeah, we're going to go with that. uh, yeah, I feel bad. I can't get the doodad whatever that'll do the alerts on your screen for when people like follow or whatever. So I always miss them because I don't watch my screen enough. But hopefully, with the new technology bit that is coming tomorrow, I'll be able to do that because I don't know. It seems like a really fun and sweet part of Twitch that you get to be like, oh, thank you, that sort of thing. And I mean, I made a graphic for it, bazinga, but like I actually have gone through like a whole program and set up everything so that I have all these like cool transitions and this and that and the other, and I still can't get it to work. But hopefully I will get that to work soon because every time I look over there and it's like, oh, so and so followed you like an hour ago, it's like, I am sorry. I I am so sorry. But I guess I'm still at the point of trying to go from just sitting alone in my well, I there's a cat. So I'm not alone, but sitting alone in my office and drawing or crafting or making chocolate or, planning some film I want to make or, just the random shit that I do all the time anyways, to now having it with a I don't know, like a I wouldn't want to call it a classroom, an audience. I don't know what it is, but now doing it in a social context is a weird transition. And so I think that's part of the reason that I'm like trying to get into like certain habits of turning things on at a certain time. And, because I mean, partially it's because I'm desperate and hungry for continuity and something sembling normal. And if all I can do for that is create an artificial schedule that nobody except myself is holding me to, by damn, I'm gonna do it with Spark and graphics. Even if it takes me a while to like figure out the whole system. But so far so good. I think I've got it to a point where the tech essentially works in as much as I can get a stream up. Now it's just trying to get the stream as great as I can get it, and as helpful as I can get it, and as entertaining as I can get it, and continue to make arts and crafts and meet new crafters and find out new ideas and get inspired. And it kind of feels like I'm back in college, actually, in a lot of ways, because I remember walking into Cornish the first day of my freshman year, or my freshman year of college, but I was just coming out of my senior year of high school, obviously, and walking into the building, and there was like somebody practicing dance steps in the hallway, and there were people who were obviously doing like a table read, and then in the distance you could hear people singing, and I'm like, I just found the set of fame and I'm never leaving. Well, I did after 4 years, but I enjoyed it while I was there. Another thing I would never go back to, but I enjoyed it while I was there. And just the fact that I could, like, I for the schedule that I had going one year, I needed to take a science class because Cornish, the art college I went to, is fully accredited, so you get like a legit degree from it. And one of the qualifications for that is that it has to offer certain different classes, and so science was one of the classes. But being an art college, the two science classes that they offered were the science of sound and space, acoustics, and the science of light and color, which is everything from how light works and how light bends, and going into that sort of stuff, and the idea of how like it's actually refraction and this, all that sort of stuff. So those were the two options. I don't know, the reason I describe the visual one less effectively is because that's the one I didn't take, even though it went with my major, because I was carrying, like, I did a full load straight through. I was doing I think the height, I was doing like 22 credits in one term, and that was because I took basically every class I could shove into my schedule, because like I've reiterated before, I likes me some learning. um so I instead of okay, so instead of taking the science of light and color, which didn't fit into my schedule because I was taking so many classes, the science of sound and space did. Which, okay, here is my experience of that, because suddenly I went from being with all visual artists to being with, there was one other visual artist with me in the class. Everybody else was obviously musicians and singers. There was also performance production, because it's important to know how spaces, refract sound and that sort of thing. And also there were some dance majors, so that they could work on, because it's perform anything in performance essentially is handy dandy. So I got into the class, and it was really cool to just learn about something that I had never learned about. I had never been super interested in, but ended up helping me quite a bit. Especially when I went back to school for film, because I had a basic understanding of like, no, if you put this here, it's going to bounce back in this way, but if you put it here, it's going to bounce back in this way. So if we put it here and put a blanket, we're good. And people would look at me like, what? And I'd be like, yeah, yeah, science. All right, drawing and talking. It is possible, I swear to God. Although I can tell you this much, I am screwed as soon as chatty people come in, cuz as soon as I get chatty, that's all I chatty. Chatty chatty. Okay, so there's the wing, there's her shoulder. And again, framing it so that Maddie is always front and center, then the two friends to the side, and then Velma's always sort of pushed over to the side, because, you know, children like in depth and complicated backstories and story structure built into framing, and they totally get that every time. Or they just like the pretty colors. It's one of the two. Probably just the pretty colors. Which means that there are probably no toddlers on here right now watching, because black and white is, well, isn't it that you can only see black and white for the first however many months, and then it turns into, I don't know. There's a theory about having like very, very graphic black and white mobiles above a baby's bed, because they'll be able to distinguish that first, and it helps them to develop the ability to focus, like their eyes, because lines are easier than pastel shades of bunnies and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I guess if your kid's in its crib 24/7, that would help. It probably all helps. Just like playing classical music helps, and exposing them to like different tastes and stuff helps. Although I've never raised one, so it's all just theory. I come from anti-zone. It's a wonderful place to be, because when they smell funny, you can have them back, and it's not a problem. Well, it's not your problem. Okay, I think I have a hair because I'm getting weird lines. The one issue with these pens, when in conjunction with a feline, is the fact that their tiny undercoat hairs will get balled up in. Oh, yeah, it's on my finger now. You probably can't see it. But it'll get balled up in the little roller ball, and then it starts making it look like. There it is. Okay. Another way to try to get it out is to lay it this way and then drag and pull, because that usually will work it towards the front at least. But yeah, I think that's better. One of those fun things you don't notice until it's like, oh, that eye is thicker than I wanted it to be. But that's okay. Just like with filmmaking, we can fix it in post. And yes, to any filmmaker out there, that is a joke. Because you can't fix everything in post, but you can definitely make it function a lot better. Time to hydrate. All right, so I have two more on this one. And then there is a shot of all four of them walking down the hallway together. And then that will be this page. I do want to push this up a bit too. So funny that I have enough light to blind myself, and yet this is still not crisp white. Or at least very, very visible. But that might also have to do with the aforementioned technology that will hopefully be functional by Saturday, because it might not get here until after stream tomorrow. Or at least I won't get it set up until after stream tomorrow. Okay. Oh, and I also have to figure out the icons in these things. I sometimes think I say, oh, we're almost done aloud, just so that I can start being like, no, 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 we gotta do this. No, no. There's always more to do. Okay. This background music, I always get little riffs that I think are the beginning of a song. And I'll start, well, occasionally I'll start actually singing out loud, but I'll start sort of like singing it along in my head. And then suddenly it'll go on to the next part that's obviously not that song. But then I'll try to like sing the lyrics of that song to the beat of the music that's going. Yeah, it doesn't end up well. It's also incredibly distracting. Maybe I'll have. I was thinking of doing karaoke at one point. Thought I've been playing around with for a couple weeks is I thought it was just like too weird and too silly for doing it, so I just sort of like thought of it and let it go because it sounded fun. It was Tuesday Trivioki, so combining trivia and karaoke. And I'm not sure how it would work, or if it would work, or if it would be fun. But then I was on this Curious Worlds stream the other night, and somebody mentioned that somebody was actually doing karaoke, and so it's like, well, if there's somebody else doing it, then I can't be that far off base and thinking it might be fun. Because, yeah, pretty much drop of a hat, give me an excuse to sing and I will do it because I enjoy singing. Back when I was cleaning houses, I was in a home, alone in somebody's home for up to Geez, what I mean, other than like one-time cleans where people were moving in or moving out, or like doing a really intense clean. Like I've done 6 to 8 hour cleans on houses that are, getting ready for a wedding. But I mean, just normal cleans can be up to 5 hours, so 6 to 8 hours is not all that unusual. Longest I've done is 12 hour straight cleaning, and it was a move out clean, and they called me sort of in as an emergency because they didn't think they were going to be able to get it done, and this and that and the other, because it was for an elderly father, that sort of thing. And I always try to make allowances for that kind of thing. Not because I don't make allowances for people who just planned poorly. I have literally no flexibility on that. It's like, oh yeah, I can clean, but you're gonna get charged like the full rate plus an emergency fee and whatever else, because this is just your lack of planning. Because I've like had people who have hired me and then fired me, or like hired me and then been like, oh no, we're gonna do it ourselves. We think we have time, and then will call me back like the night before and be like, oh my god. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like I don't know exactly what you expect me to do at this point, but as soon as you canceled, that day became open, and guess what? It filled up quickly. So, but when it's something that is medical related or support related or anything like that, like I've just flat out like. I mean, in the past I've given away cleans for like charities to auction off and then sell. Will auction off, and then I go and do the clean, and then usually it ends up being a new client, but the charity gets the money from it. So I generally donated, in the before times, about 3 cleans a year, depending on the organizations, and so that was like uh, about a $750 value. And I'd also donate book stuff and art stuff and whatever else, just depending on what the program was and what the group was. But there were occasions when I would be in situations where I would see a post online with somebody needing a clean, or they like their mom is in the hospital and they'd really love it if somebody had time in the next 3 days to come over and clean the house. um, that one's happened once. I've had ones where, well, I've had a bunch that I've offered free cleans and the people haven't taken me up on it, which I always find sad because and I wouldn't offer cleans at this point because I'm not really doing in-home cleaning because I physically can't, and I don't really want to be in a bunch of people's houses. I have one client and I love them, and I've been cleaning for them for like 11 years. Although 2 years of those I wasn't clean. I probably been back cleaning for them for a year. So took about a year off from that, but they didn't want to hire somebody else, and I needed the money, so I just had to figure out protocols so that I would be able to stand up and clean for 2 3 hours, which usually in the beginning would translate to being there for about 5 hours. Because as soon as my heart would start doing this ramping thing, I'd have to go and sit down with my pulse oximeter on until if I was once I was stably in the 80s, because usually if I'd have to sit down, I was somewhere between 130 and 170. Um, Usually around 150. Like that was the most average when I was moving and cleaning and everything, and suddenly I'd start to feel weird. It was roughly in the 140 150 range. Um, but that was actually a great way to get back into the cleaning part of things because I've done their house for so long and so often that it was easier to get started back there because I had done another clean for somebody that I didn't clean for that often. I mean, I'd been cleaning for him for a while, but I didn't clean for him that often. And I spent most of it, like it was in the before times, it was a 3 hour clean. Um, Even with, because this was back before I had developed the major heart issue stuff, but I was having massive neurological issues. And so I was able to, but as I say that, this was probably part of the reason that I developed the health issues is because it's like you think you're getting better, and so you're like, oh, I'm feeling better, so I can do stuff again. And then you start doing stuff and you start feeling shitty, but you're like, oh, but I'll just push through. Or, oh, I just need to push until you get the active high or whatever. Or, oh, I'm just out of shape because of whatever. Not with this, not with this. You're doing damage, so just don't push it. Do not push it. That's why your highest likeliness to get long haulers is for healthy people between 20, I think 25 and 45, or 25 or 30 and 50, something around in there. Like peak hours. I think it's 35 and 55. Whatever. It's a 1 to 6 to 1 to 3 potential, and I don't want anybody having to deal with it. So that's why I'm babbling about it, because it is a huge issue that seems to be a theoretical thing that nobody really thinks about all that much. But I want everyone to stay healthy, and I wouldn't wish this shit on anybody. So thank you for crafting. Thank you for crafting. Thank you for all the crafters on here that inspired me to get back to it. It's been quite a fun experience. But yeah. Apologies. Okay. Where were we? There we are. The thing that's been taking the longest with all of these characters is their hair. They all have hair. They all have distinctive hair, and they all have hair that requires a random, or this one is a jagged line that has to be gone over again, and these two require jaggedy lines that require twice going over. So I think that has been what has been causing it to take so much time on these pages, and possibly the fact that I get distracted talking. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna craft, so that's what we're gonna do. Yesterday I did some lino cuts that were based off of main character Zigfield's eye, which you can actually see up in the top corner here, top right corner. It's not like a logo or anything, but I like to use it as a graphic element for a lot of stuff. So I did 2 lino cuts that were based on his eye, that were like super intricate, sort of like patterns, because wasn't the plan for yesterday, but just as going with the flow often results with interesting results, I couldn't find any of the other blades for my speedo, my speedball cutter thing, even though I took them right after the last time I was doing it and put it in the top drawer right there. It was sitting next to not the right container, right size container, right looking container, but it wasn't the right container. So I ended up needing to use the tiniest nib, which should be back in here. Yeah. I had to use the tiniest nib on there possible. So rather than doing what I had planned to do, which was sort of a thick, chunky graphic thing with a lot of empty white area, I did like sort of a weird, intricate eye, because it's whatever Wednesday, so whatever. How would a gavel fit in here? Let's see. It's probably just going to look like a cricket, wicket, stick it, whatever thing, but it's supposed to be a gavel. So we'll see how this goes. Okay. Okay. And I did it in the Magical Beasts one. Grrrg. Oy. Okay, so now this is the Magical Beasts ones. This is the Science Club one. And this is the debate one. Okay. So there is the beaker. Let's do. What would be a good magical beast? I hadn't really thought about it. Well, we'll just do a general form that could be read as any number of magical creatures. Hippogriff. Sphinx, who knows? It's just a amorphous beast shape. There we go. And that's going to be a silhouette, so I don't have to decide anything further than it just being a generic monster shape, number 307. Spend an unusual amount of time drawing monsters, and usually they need to be so specific. In this case, not so much. Alright, generic monster thing. And the beaker. Alright. Oh, got the top line, bottom line here. Okay. Getting there. And the best part, the part that's making me like super happy at this point, is the fact that I don't think there is a single. Yep, There is not a single necessity to detail out this hair at all. So it's going to be much faster, which I appreciate. Gets a little intense drawing the same characters over and over and over and over and over and over and over again in a short space, especially when they're a little more like these are a little more complex than the the main five characters with the hair. It's the hair and the feathers, hair and feathers, and the snakes. Did I mention snakes? Okay. Science club, little creatures, debate club. Okay. Alright, I think those bottom areas are done to the inking. Alright, top panel it is. Yeah, the next page is just a silhouette. You need to see. It's penciled, but I don't have much luck with pencil, which is why I'm starting with inked. Or at the start, I'm not gonna be doing penciling on stream anymore because it doesn't read at all. But I penciled these on Tuesday, and so this is the four friends walking down the hallway, like in the classic like Mean Girls shot. But they're all in silhouette, so I don't have to deal with the hair again. And then it's just close-ups on Zigfeeld and close-up on different main characters. So that page should take a lot less time, which is good because it gets us one step closer to being done, which I appreciate. Though tomorrow is not going to be a drawing day because I can only handle so much drawing. Like my eyes start to go biggledy. So tomorrow, let's see, tomorrow is Friday. So it's Fabric Fun Friday. So tomorrow we will be working on, oops, I don't want to start with a pen. I want to start with a pencil here. We'll be working on the, do I have it around? Ah, yes. Hello, other camera. It's under this. Yes, it's a sewing day. So we're going to be working on either the stocking that is styled after the Franklin character, which is, you can see larger right there. He is the Frankenstein monster. That is Franklin right there. So those are the colors for him, which are purple and greens. And then I'll be using greens and as the thread. So that is the Franklin. Oh, and then the opposite side is actually going to be two shades of purple and brown on green, so that you get like two-sided. I like to do the stockings like that the sides are two different, slightly different styles, so you can choose which side you want it to be forward. And the other option, option B, would be doing a stocking for Gertie, who is the ghost. And so hers are going to be white over a blue on one side and then white against lighter blue on the other side, because the color slightly shows through the white just a little bit. And then light blue dots on here and white on white there. And then all of the thread is going to be shades of pale blue, as well as I have an iridescent white that is probably going to show up in there somewhere as well. So not sure which one I'm going to do. If you have any opinions, let me know. Like, are monsters better than ghosts? I'm not really doing much of anything to them to make them like specifically to that. I'm just choosing the color palettes basically to fit the general idea of the characters' color schemes, and also with the limited palette of the color schemes, because like Velma is always black with like shades of purple. Like everything she wears is black with shades of purple, but there's only 2 shades of purple in the in the felt. So unless I want to get into some sort of weird variation of like hand tinting or painting or whatever, it's like, which I'm not going to do just to make the stockings. Like I could if I wanted to, I guess, but I think they read well enough and they look cute. And this way they're a little more like general use than having a Frankenstein monster. I'm actually going to take this off the clipboard because that is going to drive me nuts. And then figure out where the resin is on here, so don't hit a non-flat spot. I think my scale is off. I'm actually going to... Oh, hello, cat. Are you awake now? Oh, good. Good marker. Good, 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 good. I don't know why they make black erasers other than to just mess with your head. Oh. Hi, kitty, kitty. Okay, I'm going to resketch these in because they are just not quite in the proportion that I want them to be for this camera angle, or for the... I think I drew them on there at different or at different scales. So I'll start with Maddie because she's the baseline of the scale. Tail in the background. Because yeah, we went old school. Maddie has a tail, or like a snake tail. Ow, ow, ow! Cat, stop. Thank you. Okay, so there she is in proportion. And then have Harpy down to the side. There we go. That works a little better. The way I had it set up was these. Well, first I had Brandy on the on this side, which she's on this side for the rest of it. So I wanted to shift her over, but also by the time I got to Velma, Velma looked like she was like walking about 10 feet in front of them because she was like just to midway instead of full length. So
Now I think I have everybody in there in the right shape, in the right size. I guess we shall see as the lines become a little more distinct on our characters. But for now, we just draw. Did I see it? Don't be surprised if every character I design from here on out is bald. Change the music up so I don't completely zone out altogether. Although, it's still possible. It does happen. Especially during quiet days of drawing. That apparently is a regular thing. Well, good morning, Meg. How are you doing? Is it morning? It's not morning. It is so far from morning. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? It's starting to get dark outside because the weather is changing. So, or it's getting cloudy. So I keep thinking it's like, well, I guess it's 3 o'clock. It's not morning. It's not night. Happy afternoon. Good to see ya. Very much looking forward to that museum build. That sounds so fun. Like I was actually after you had to leave for work yesterday. I think I got lost like in thought about 7 different times, being like, what could I build? What kind of building could I be? Like, totally inspired and totally like then talking myself out of it and then talking myself back into it, and yeah, it all works out nicely. I have foam core, so I might do something, but it's on the list. It'll pop up some whatever Wednesday. Let's see. Okay. I am just working on another page of book 5, and this is actually doing the finish inking on the pages I started the other day. There's a thing of doing an extra stream to finish that, but then I had tech, and so I was gonna do 3 new pages, but I might as well do a continuation and keep the momentum going, because if I didn't just do these ones today, I would get to it tomorrow and be like, I don't know, just second guessing every choice in life. You know, the basics. The basics. What can you do? And this is the part of the book when there are 5 main characters. You can see them at the bottom of the screen here: Zigfeeld, Velma, Franklin, Warren, and Gertie. And this is Velma telling about her childhood experience of dealing with a bully. And it was actually like a bully friend group. And so that is them. This is going to be them walking down the hall together. And then this is them at the Protection of Magical Creatures meeting, and the science club meeting, and the debate club meeting. And she's realizing, they always kind of like, she's realizing how she's always kind of forced out of the picture. So that is what this page is. So it is drawing the same 4 characters over and over and over again, and realizing that they have an insane amount of hair, which is taking the longest, but I set myself up for it, so I'm not really complaining. I'm just mostly concerned that it's incredibly boring to watch the same thing being drawn over and over again. But it's what I'm drawing today, so I hope it is mildly interesting. Speaking of mildly interesting, I have no follow-up to that. Alright. And so our characters that we have here are Holly the Harpy, Maddie, who is of the Medusa family,
and then Brandy the Banshee, and then Velma the Vampire. Because, yeah, I did that throughout the entire book. Because that's what I did. And these three characters were developed specifically for this book, but Velma is one of our main cast, obviously. And so she is relatively easy to just draw quickly, because I know her proportions and setup and everything. So, generally speaking, she is a really quick draw. But on these new characters, because I haven't done them that much, it's a lot of checking to be sure that I'm keeping the details the same. Because, it's like this one has eyelashes on the bottom, and this one has one eyelash to the side, and this one has, that sort of thing. So, just trying to keep that all straight, but I think they read as the same character throughout. So, especially once they're all colored, because she's going to be green and she's going to be shades of brown and tan, and she's going to be ghostly and probably a little bit green. And then we have Velma, who is pale and purple in clothing and skin and all that sort of stuff. So, that's the general color palette. So, they will definitely look distinctive, even more distinctive once the coloration happened, which of course happens in the computer because it is just a nice way to do it, and I can actually get the color quality that I want out of it. Because I noticed with I did a version of it with colored pencils, and try as I might, as soon as I would try to do shading, it would just start to get muddy. Because even though I was using like a darker color of whatever color I was shading, so if I used a lime green for Franklin's face, I wouldn't use white necessarily because that doesn't read as well with colored pencils. So I would use like a forest green, emerald green, a dark green to do the shading. But what you're looking at there, just because of the way, just the way that colored pencils are, made, and just the way that pigment works, the more you add, the darker it's going to get, generally speaking, unless you're putting on some sort of a neon, whatever. And if you put on white, it doesn't necessarily lighten it, it might just add white aspects to the color. So it was a lot of doing like trying to you finding a color and then trying to find some sort of equivalent darker version of it, which it's they're great for when I'm doing something that's more painterly, with shading or anything like that. But for these, it just was not the right medium for this particular book. So going back to my graphic design background, I was like, oh, computer could work, and so I scanned it into the computer, and as soon as I started, like, it was the right way to go. It was absolutely the right way to go, and I have not looked back since. She has a tunic with a little belt on it. Trying to give them a little attitude as they're walking down the hallway. Nothing says attitude like one hand on your hip. That is her. I've referenced sketches that I did for each of the characters, and those are just handy to go back and check on to be sure I'm roughly in the right area of what I'm supposed to be doing. And so far, so good. She has a belt on, and then she basically has legging on that go down to bird feet. Which
Hello, kitten.
Coming back in.
Hello, beautiful.
Cat break. Okay, I gotta draw though. That's what I'm here for. Okay. You good? Cat. Oh, cat. Okay. Stop. Right. So then have lockers going down on either side, and then a couple lighting fixtures at the top, and then it sort of just fades into the background. Because the idea is on the page previous to this, which we will be starting in just a couple minutes. Okay. Over there? Okay, cool. That works. So, I don't know if you can tell it's all on this. Anyways, it's the same, basically the same shot, only with them like set further back in the hallway and totally set in silhouette. And the idea is that the light is coming from the outside and like blowing everything out and lighting them up. And so the same thing here, where there'll be indication of lockers at the front, indication of lights in the back, but everything behind them is going to be white, because when I color it, it's just going to look blown out. So it's like they're, you know, da 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 da. Oh, Chantrell's looking around like, what the fuck is going on? It's just my voice, honey. I'm sorry. Right, kitten? It's just singing. There's nothing dangerous about singing. I'm also going to pull the lines. Like if an object stops is right here, like if one of the ladies is right here, like here with the wing, I'm not doing the line all the way into it. I'm setting it off slightly, because what that will do is it will give sort of a glow around the ladies. Just this subtle thing where none of the outside world actually touches them. Oh my god, she is. Chantrell is the cutest kitty. She is. And she will tell you repeatedly if you ask. So that is the idea up here. It'll also just keep it, because if the lines did attach, or did actually touch, just with the basic styling of how I do the books, lines flare out for the most part when they meet. That sort of gives it a bit of that gothic look that I was kind of going for. So in order to, if these hit and then didn't flare out, they wouldn't fit like the overall style of the book. So they're coming to sort of blunt edges right there. But then, like I said, once all the images are in, it'll basically be like a white yellow glow all the way back here behind them, so it'll just register like their light is so powerful that yeah, you get it. You get it. You're smart. You're so smart. So first I'm just going to do in the major lines of the locker so I know sort of where they're going to fade out in the background. Or into the background, not actually in the background. Because they are also fading in the foreground when they are not touching at the end. So I'll fade right there. In case you're wondering, yes, I did make my work half as difficult by making tall lockers on one side. Yeah, those. We had to make big ones and little ones. Look all good. Okay. One made fluorescent light up here. Okay, so there is our four ladies walking down the hallway looking all epic. And then they are in Preservation of Magical Beasts Club and Science Club, Debate Club. And then there is Velma starting to wonder exactly why she's always being shoved off to the side. So that is page number 2 done for today, as today is Honorary Tuesday Part 2. And we're sticking with it. All right, I am going to take a quick break here, primarily to shift the cat so that she's not in such a weird spot. And I will be back. Let's see. I'll be back at top of the hour, so 5 minutes. All right, thanks so much. Enjoy the break. Go grab a snack, grab some water. That's my plan. And we are back to the craftiness. Here we go. So, again, finished this page because we are calling today Honorary Tuesday Part 2. Yes, because I'm finishing up the pages that I started on Tuesday. Because we do not judge, we only craft. So I am calling it not that we have finished one out of two pages today. We've finished 2 out of 3 pages today. Yeah, we're just going to go with that because positive affirmation and whatever. So that is the first page, and that is Velma and all her friends. And so now we are actually going to do the page that is the left side of this, because as I was drawing, I decided to start with the most difficult page, which is the tons of faces page. Oops, sorry about the mic hit. So I just drew the characters over and over and over again in that these new characters, and so that took forever because I had never actually inked these characters previously. So it's an interesting process, but I'm pleased with where we're at. They read as the characters, and that's pretty much what I'm going for. So this page goes up to that page. Wait, no. This is the spread from the rewind and ignore. This is the left side of that page, and then previously this is this side of the next spread, or of the previous spread. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. I have already gone through with the pencil is first step. Second step is thick marker to get, any super bold lines, and then a semi-fine just to get lines that would either take forever to ink in or would just waste a lot of ink, or stuff that I could just save a little time with going in with that. But for everything else, it is done with a precise B5, which is my favorite pen and does wonderful, wonderful, magical things. But also, if it gets an undercoat hair in the ball, it starts spewing black ink like, oh no. So that's where we're at. And to fix that, you just pretty much put the pen on the side and push down lightly, and then just pull it until the ink kind of all goes. And then usually what that does is the where the underhair got caught in the pen comes out, because what it does is it forces the mechanism on the pen to engage slightly, because it has generally 2 points of hair, the hair going in and out, and so that's why it spews. It just makes it unworkable. But that is what happens with cats. So before my brain goes all mushy, I'm going to do the most complex panel, which is this one that doesn't include the these four. It's actually this shot. This frame here is actually this shot, but sort of foreshortened, and then they're set against a background, so they're silhouetted, which I'm happy about because I am kind of done with drawing hair for today. I'm also realizing, though, that I drew Holly the Harpy on this side, which is correct. Oy vey. Well, luckily I didn't erase it all the way. Okay, settling in. We're drawing again. Who's with me? Woohoo! Okay, so the plan for the day, I have about an hour left in regular time. I am going to finish the fine inking on this page. It's probably going to be closer to an hour and a half. So I'm just going to hang out and finish it up. But feeling good, feeling strong, settling in to drawing. It's nice to stand up, but once you stand up, it's hard to sit down again. Which is why I actually don't, I don't know, I shouldn't say I don't usually take breaks. I don't usually intend to take breaks. Just because in 5 hours, You know, like when I'm editing, when I'm working on a film or something, not a film, but film like a video or whatever. When I'm working on that, I will tend to, like, if I think I lose myself drawing, losing myself drawing is definitely a thing, but losing myself editing is insane. I did a live stream with editing at one point because I love talking editing theory, and I love going over, like, different tips and tricks and how to sort of finesse stuff and just the whole conversation. And I've actually had over the years multiple people ask me to teach them how to edit. And the first thing I do is tell them that they don't want me to teach them how to edit and to run away, run away, run away. Not because editing is literally my favorite thing. So I'm not saying that because I do not like editing. Editing is literally, if I was just fed content, I would just like blah, 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 blah. So I guess that's an alternative option to do editing, but this is fun for now. But I still edit my own stuff. But when I sit down to edit, 5, 6, 7 hours will pass and I will not even notice. Will not even notice. That doesn't happen with drawing because my handles start to cramp, whatever. But a lot of the thing with editing is you are watching the same clip over and over. You're watching the same clip over and over. You're watching the same clip over and over and making minute differences. And so it's both monotonous and yet so fascinating. But it's really, I mean, that's why I actually started doing the movie review stuff with like costume face makeup on, because I don't like editing myself, because I mean, you're always most critical of yourself, and you're always going to notice the booger or the spot or whatever, and they're going to be there unless you're doing makeup, which is totally fine. And I don't like, I can't, well, I actually can't wear like regular makeup at this point because I get skin infections and eye infections and all sorts of shit way too easily at this point, so I don't like to chance it. But I do have a kid's face painting kit that I bought specifically for doing the movie reviews, because it's not gonna cause an infection, basically, and so it's something I can get away with doing that doesn't negatively affect my health. So we like when it's fun and does not negatively affect one's health. Who's with me? so so yeah, that's why the movie reviews that I'm doing are, because the talking head stuff gets a little much, especially when I'm like talking about movies and especially since for Christmas I did like the Grinch, the cartoon, and Emmett Otter, and like all this different stuff, and it's like over analyzing stuff that doesn't need analysis, but that's what I love to do. So I'm gonna do it in disguise so I can look at it and edit it, because it's, for a 15-minute film, let's say a 15-minute video, which is about average for what the ones that I produce are. They're everything from gardening to cooking and this and that and the other. They're generally in the range of quick ones being 3 to 5 minutes, but long ones I have like relaxation tracks that are like visual ASMR, but like a edited video instead of just a straight shot video, or stream. And those ones I have those roughly an hour, so you can like sit down, chill out to cool vibes. In one of them, I'm painting Christmas decorations, that sort of thing. So, totally forgot where I was going with that. Apparently, as soon as I stand up, I get chattery again, so I'll keep that in mind. If I want to be silent, I keep sitting. If I move, I start. I'll just start scatting to the music in the background. Yeah, so I have been in choir pretty much my entire life. And it's basically because I started singing in like choir and choruses and stuff when I was really little, and it was easy and I didn't have to practice. So I did it a lot. So I got better. So by the time I got to like real choruses and stuff in like elementary school, I could actually hold a note and everything just from practice. So then I did it more. So I got better. And then I cleaned houses for years, and I would usually be in people's houses alone, listening to headphones and belting out songs at the top of my voice. So like I have one of those voices where it's like it'd be great for jingles, which is why I use my own singing in a lot of my stuff, because it's like it's just like why I do my own drawing. It's like, well, why get somebody else to do it when I can feasibly do it myself? But then again, I've now gotten to the point where I'm like doing all of everything. But it's fun. I mean, hell, editing was what brought me back into the world, it feels like. I have a wonderful garden, which is well documented in various videos, and will show up more and more as we get more into that time of year. Because it is, what, mid January? Yeah, almost exactly to the day. Mid January. And so, oh, I'll tell you about the plan for the, because okay, so the plan for the year. I'm new to this. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just put that out there first, because at this point I, I, I was just trying to find stuff to do when I am isolated and sick at home. So I got back into editing as a help for neurological recovery, remembered how much I loved it, started just videotaping everything so I would have video to edit. So I decided to start uploading more regularly on my YouTube page. And then somebody that I was watching on YouTube was streaming on the Twitch. And I was like, isn't that video games? Like, isn't that just video games? And I came over here, and suddenly I was just like, oh my God, like there's just art everywhere and all these crafts and all this stuff. And so I decided to start streaming, and just within the last little while, I have decided that I do want to pursue it because I love doing it, and I do a lot of crafts, and I've taught a lot of art classes, and I just miss doing it. I just miss interacting with people about art, and it feels like college when I go to somebody else's page. You know, it feels like when I would be out in the courtyard, out in the back of Cornish, and there'd be somebody like scribbling away in a notebook, and I'd walk up and be like, hey, what are you working on? And it could be, you know, they were drawing something, but it could be that they're working on a script, or it could be that they're working on this letter. You know, you never knew. And that's sort of what I am fascinated by this new situation, when it's just like, isn't that just video games? And so yeah, explaining it to other people is hilarious too. So yep. The plan for the year, at this point, I have set up a schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, because that is doable for me. Come spring, I'm either going to add another day for gardening or switch over one of the days to gardening or something along in that. So in spring, there'll be a little bit of change in the schedule, just sort of depending. But until then, this is what is locked into my Capricorn brain. So pretty much this is what'll happen until like it's consciously changed, because I'm so happy to be back in a time frame again. So yeah, come spring, that's gonna happen. But the idea for the year that I just started flushing out and thinking would be a really fun thing to do came about because of the Happy Undead Friends Week. Because it's really sort of nice to have the regular schedule, but then have like something big to plan, and to have about once a month where I just do a week of stuff and then have a theme to it. So this week I'm doing the Happy Undead Friends. And so since that is mostly focused on illustration, I did illustration every other day, or I'm doing illustration every other day, as per what is, yeah, that's this. And then every other day to give my eyes a break. And because if I do a craft more than one day in a row, like it starts to get weird. But so I decided to do other crafts, related crafts in between. So on Monday, I sewed a stocking based on Velma, who is this character here. And she's a vampire, and she lives in Silverville because she is a misfit monster, like all the other misfit monsters. And so I sewed a stocking based on her coloration, which is tones of purple with black. So that was, I don't have it right here, but I'm putting it out there. If anybody has any input, I've decided I'm going to do another one on Friday stream because they're just like they're perfectly timed for a 5 hour stream. This size of a project, so I think having that time frame is good because I always like to finish, but I also don't want to go until midnight. So compromise. So the two options that I have right now are either doing a Franklin, which is this guy just right in the God, thinking in 3 dimensions is weird. So right in the corner here, you can see him. And so for him, it's a combination of greens and browns and purples. This side is going to be all purple and green with all green floss threading on it. And then the other side, and then they're lined in contrasting colors. The other side is more of a patchwork look to it, because for these I always like to make them a little different on either side. So depending on what what your pattern is, so if you want it to be like very standard, or and then this side is going to be like this will be sewed with brown and this will be with green, or whatever like that. And then again contrasting middle, because I like to do them double thick because they look nicer, they hold up nicer, and I mean anything lined is going to be a little better. So that is the Franklin one. The other option is Gertie, and she is all the way down in the corner there, and it's Gertie the ghost, because yes, that's what I did. And the one nice thing, one nice thing about white felt is that when you put it over another color, the other color kind of comes through, so you can actually use it for slight tinting. So to make these two different, I'm doing basically a dark side and a light side. So this is the dark side with white background, and then it's on top of this darker mid-tone, like more of a true blue, with the lighter ice blue on the top. And then on the other side is white on white, and the lining is then the paler blue. So on this side it'll have all different colors, or whatever combination I end up with actually going with, knitting on or stitching on this side, and then on the other side will possibly be like this lightest color. And then I also have iridescent white, because whenever I can put sparkle or glimmer or shimmer or shine into anything, especially this time of year, oh yeah, bring it on. So this is another page in Why Were They Mean to Me, the book number 5 of the Happy Undead Friends series, which I am going to finish today if I stop talking about other projects and do it. But I'd love feedback if anybody has an opinion as to which of those they would like to see. Because I'm thinking the Gertie one I might not. I mean, that's the one that I think is going to turn out like really pretty, like really really pretty, just because I love the combination of whites and blues for Christmas with a little bit of maybe purple, or like antique colors. Anyways, I'm fickle, but for that I like the idea, and then possibly going in and putting in some jewels or something like that, because that's always fun. But yeah, I have iridescent thread that I, if nothing else, will be woven in with the hanger for the stocking. I put a little braided floss hanger, so it's a stocking, it needs to be hung by the chimney with care, or with ribbon, whichever. I go with the braided floss, partially because it means that I can. It's distinctive, and it makes it the complete package. It's not just like random ribbon, and that's when I just started doing. Plus the fact that I can put all the different colors, so it works all of it together, and then I'll put like metallic thread or that sort of thing into the braid. And so, yeah, it just ties it together nicely, makes it festive. I like it. So I will either be doing the white stocking for Gertie or the green and purple one for Franklin. And I'm just going to add a little bit of contour there to indicate a nose, but it's not actually high enough to show. That's one nice thing about this sort of comic book style, and I think it's why comic book style developed the way that it did, is because if you just work the lines in the right way, you can make anything into a shadow, so there are no fuck ups. There are just things you forgot to fix. Which I guess is another nice thing about it, then coloring them in the computer, because when I scan them in, I scan them in as black and white, so it doesn't have to. So I just, so when I take out the white part and then colorize the thing, it is a very clean line. No matter how perfectly I do the line, it's going to come out perfectly once it's scanned. But I always check the scan before I start coloring, because sometimes I will have gone over an area not enough, or with a marker that's losing ink, and it will, just because it's a 50-50 reader when you go to black and white, it'll come out looking kind of like funky or PC or something like that. And then I just go in and touch up the original and rescan it rather than touching up the scan, because I want the original to be what is in there. So, because I'm a weird purist in some fashions, or else I just like to set weird standards for myself. Either way, it functions okay. As long as I'm having fun. And hopefully finishing something so I can also feel a bit accomplished. But mission accomplished for today. Yeah, and I'm specifically putting that out there before I'm done. And in the lino cut that I did his eyes. I think it's right there. It's right there, but it's like right past my camera, so it's 90% chance that I'm just gonna like knock everything. So I'm not gonna grab it. I'm just going to resist the urge to grab them. They're still on the stream from yesterday, and they're in frame for the last 5 minutes. So if you want to just like zoom it forward and just look at the end, I show the finished pieces. But so I did 2 lino cuts yesterday, and one was cropped in really tight on his eyes, and the other was cropped in basically on one eye, so it's a square one of just one eye. But these I'm going to leave blank, because I have a set of effects I like to do on his eyes where they're that close, where there's, I think one is called like acid drop or something like that, and I don't know if it's in Photoshop anymore, but it used to be a Photoshop thing, and it's basically one of the tools, or it might be in GIMP. Jeez, I've used so many different programs, I don't even know where anything is from anymore, and it's been a while since I've used any of them, so there you go. But in one of them there is an effect called acid drop, and it is a brush that gives the effect that you were walking along and an alien from Aliens was like walking behind you and like slobbering, but if it was rainbow colors. I'll just let you do that with that. I will just let you do with that what you will. But that's an effect that looks really cool, and then shading and everything, but all of it is done in color. The more drawing I seem to do, the less effective, because really it's just the indication of the veins is all I'm going for in this. But the lino cuts from yesterday had veins coming out all the way, and then I went through and did sort of cross hatching fill, because I wanted it to be like the whole thing is supposed to be, because his eyes are white and colors there around, and his skin is like pale gray and white, and around in that area too. So the stamp needed to be mostly cut away. So I ended up with just this like really intricate pattern. And it's funny because I had a different plan for the other one, but I liked it so much on the first one that I did a larger and more intricate one on the second one that I intended to do. But I think I still got them done in the given time. But the last one I have is really large, and I'm not going to do that one until I actually find the nibs, the cutter part of the speedball cutter, because that large one would take forever to do with it unless I left just a whole bunch of like full relief, so it would print full printing, print black, whatever. But that is not the plan for it, so I'm going to wait until I can find the other pieces. Okay. Okay, back in the drawing action. Now I will attempt this part. I have to also remember that the second I stand up, my heart starts going biggledy no matter what. So by the time I walk around a little bit and sit down, my hand is not as steady as when I stood up. So the plan was to start on that, but I did this one first because probably doesn't register at all. My hands are a little shaky. But I think now we are good to go. So I'll start on the big parts of this and see if I actually should be working on this part yet, because it can start looking pretty sad if I try to do it when my hand is saying that I should not be doing it, but so far so good. I'm almost out of the lino cut that my friend gave me, so the last big one will be the last line cut for a while, but I definitely have plenty of other projects to go with. I have not even touched on all the stuff I have in my studio. At some point I will do some jewelry making, because that is always I think of jewelry making as like meditation for not necessarily like OCD, like clinical OCD, because that is a totally different thing. I'm just talking about like the inability to hold still, whatever the diagnosis. I've always found that beading is one of those things, because it's actively thinking and keeping track of patterns, and there's a step and it's small, and there's small muscle movement, so that tends to keep attention. And I've always just thought of that as being a really nice sort of like, I'm not meditating, but I'm like still. It seems to me the most relaxing of all of the random stuff that I do, especially because it has to be. Because if you get too excitable when you're working on jewelry, suddenly you have a lap full of loose beads and a mouthful of blue streak. So hopefully most of crafting is not frustration and disappointment, although that is usually how it starts. I can't think of a single thing that I have tried the first time and just immediately been like perfect at it. I've known whether I enjoyed the process or not, and I definitely can say that people can show aptitude for activities. But the thing is, if you've never, if you've only ever written with a pencil, the idea of using a pencil like this is going to be completely foreign. So that motion is not in your hand. So how are you going to get good motion until you do this motion with a pen over and over and over? And how are you supposed to like look at the human form in any way, within clothing, and you're looking at somebody standing, if you don't understand the mechanics underneath? Either with one of those like posable models, because then you get a full three-dimensional sort of like looking at it at different angles. But if you're not exposed to that, then you don't have that wiring, so of course you're not going to be great at anything. Like, you might be able to sit down at the piano, like, okay, so the you might be able to sit down at a piano like thing, like I totally get that, because and not saying that piano playing is easy, because I've tried it and I can't. There's such a mechanical things, and I have stubby fingers. But you can sit down at a piano and play Mary Had a Little Lamb within 5 minutes. Like, it's a simple, there is a number of keys, and they start low and go high, and all that sort of stuff. But then, and that's the same thing with drawing. If you sat down and somebody was like, okay, well, here's a person, draw it, and you draw a stick figure, same thing, you know but just because you're playing a song doesn't mean it's like this complex or deep understanding of the process that you're doing. It's just like, push this button, ooh, I made music. So that's why I think it's so important for kids and adults, for that matter, to be exposed to, not only just to be exposed to the arts, like going to opera is, one of them that's like, okay, cool. And, I've been to operas that I've enjoyed, but it's not something I would want to make a regular thing of, just because I find them boring. But that's just me. I like musicals. I don't like opera. Everybody's got their thing. Uh, but it's something that, kids should be exposed to, because then they'll know. I got exposed to a lot of stuff when I was a kid, so I was able to, judge what I enjoyed doing and what I did not enjoy doing. So I was given the tools to actually find the stuff that I love. And it wasn't all about, this is a job, this is a job, this is a job. What do you want to do? I want to pay rent. So yeah, that's I think that's one of the main reasons that I got into doing kids art classes as well as doing kids books, is the fact that I feel incredibly privileged and incredibly fortunate to have had, extensive and varied art classes at both my school and at my church. Like, both of them had creativity and acting and singing and dancing and all this shit that, some kids just do not have the opportunity to be exposed to. And that, I think, is really unfortunate, because, I know the stuff that I learned when I was a kid because I've used it since then. But if I really thought about it, most of what I learned while I was in primary school is like the fundamentals of how to people, because I came from such like a interesting family that had lots of communication issues, to suddenly be exposed to all these other people and be like, oh, okay, so different people think in different ways, and different people use words in different ways, and there's lots of different activities, and this and that and the other. And so exposure seems like the best teacher, to this auntie who is never having kids. But that's why I write books. So there you go. I just know that I was lucky enough to be able to be exposed to good education, opportunity for sports, because I was a total jock, opportunity for the arts, because I love doing all that as well, exposure to music, and just a lot of stuff that I, from what I understand, looking at all my nieces and nephews homework that I've seen over the years, it's so much more about protocol and everything, or it seems like it. I might be idealizing it, I don't know. It's been a while. Like I said, it's not necessarily the best choice for me to talk about anything from memory, because all of it is a little vague at this point. So we will just go with it's all good. Alright, trying to decide how I want to represent the Banshees, because she is basically a hovering head with sort of like top appendages that sort of trails off. So do I want her to be totally silhouetted, or I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do kind of the effect that I did here. That's lines that are not necessarily touching, because then it looks mostly filled in, and if it's not enough, I can go back with the lighting filter and actually like add a flare or something. But I want her to be distinct. Like I want her to stand out as a sovereign being, but she has to be partial transparent. But this is my color option. So yeah, that's the math of doing comic style books, is like, what do I need to translate so that it reads in black and white enough, but then will be reinforced with the addition of color. And what I'm going to do for that is add her sleeves in, but with the assumption that the sleeves, which are drape sleeves, only have, there's none of her in between it, and there's only one layer of material. I'm going to leave those translucent. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Thanks for helping with the decision. I appreciate it. Usually I only have a cat to help me make these decisions, and her decision is always that I should take a break and pet her, because that will help me make the decision, which it usually does, but it makes me a hell of a lot less productive. So we are gonna go with we're gonna go with that, and she needs to be a little taller. So I went with the true Medusa mythology and made Maddie here in the middle. I've lost the other picture. Anyways, Maddie in the middle here, who is of the Medusa class of monsters. She is hair, snakes, and then she ends up in a tail. So that I thought was just a fun detail, because I I always try to look for source material for the monsters, so I've gone through different mythologies and different religions and different historical time periods, to find different representations of different monsters or mythological beings. And if I find something that is traditionally true, but then might have been stylized out of the character, because I'm not sure about how Medusa is portrayed offhand in movies. I'm thinking I've seen her both with legs and with the tail, like in old school Clash of the Titans, where they actually had the owl. Even though that was the most annoying part, it was the most annoying exclusion in the new version. No, that was not the most annoying part of that version. Anyways, but I think that one had her with the snake tail, but I'm sure she's been back and forth. So I decided to do her with the tail just because I thought it would be a fun variation for character. Okay, so Holly Harpy has the sharp hair on top, and then the wings coming out, which is going to make her super easy to draw because she's just going to be the silhouette of wings. Although should probably do a little bit of like, I think on these feathers on the bottom here, those would be a little translucent, so I'm just going to draw like the vein in the middle, and then they have the outlining, and so they will appear a little bit brighter, so we'll get that sort of iridescent, or not iridescent, why do I want to keep saying iridescent, transparent, is that the word I'm looking for? Holy shnikes, is it getting to that point in the day where words no longer function? Awesome. Oh well. Yeah, there should be a note. If you ever show up and my mic is muted and I'm not paying attention, it's because I don't have my words that day, but I still want to draw. Or sew or whatever. Like, I'll respond to messages or whatever if I notice them, when I notice them, but on some days, I'll just put it out there. Some days I am not articulate enough to bother, because it's a crafty kind of day. Sometimes that is just part of the deal. But luckily, it would be one of those days for a traditional job. I would have to call in sick because some days getting out of bed doesn't quite work until, my heart regulates. So, but I mean, even when I was at my sickest, I was able to make it to my couch, and now that I have enough function, I can draw. And that sort of thing. So, sometimes there will have to be some compromisey stuff on my part, which I understand is not ideal, but at the same time, just like I tell everybody else to do, in probably an exhaustive level, because anti vibes, I don't know, whatever. You gotta take care of yourself. You gotta take care of yourself. I think it's great when other people do, and it's appreciated. But when it really comes down to it, only you can take care of what's going on in your head. So, you're not really relaxing if you're sitting there the whole time thinking of the other stuff you need to be doing. And yes, this is something that has taken me 45 years to figure out. Thank you very much. And am I good about it yet? No. But do I know it's something that I appreciate and I'm working on? Hey, yes. Because we can always do better. Some of us more than others, but it's all gray. Except the drawing. Sorry for that burp. But nah. You're welcome for that burp? I don't know. Thank you for that burp. I always when people say they're sorry in a situation where they're not sorry, they're usually meaning thank you, but it's in sort of a self, oh, thank you. Oh, like, oh, sorry. Like, I don't know. I love it when I love it when people are able to get to the point of being like appreciative instead of being, oh, well, I could have done more. I could have done more. It's like, well, yeah, you could always do more. You could always do more. But it doesn't do anybody any good to worry about it too much. I don't know. It's rough times. It's rough times. But that's why there is art. Or that is why we do art. These are so much easier to do as silhouettes. I think I spent like 90% of the time on them just on their hair. But now that it's just like a squiggled silhouette, it's like boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Of course, the pages after this are, I think, it's all these characters again in full hair. So, but I will pencil those out. Those are going to be done on. Today is Thursday, which is usually Techie Thursday. So I do computer stuff usually on Thursdays, but I'm doing the every other day drawing things, so I'm leaving the techie stuff for for later because there's always more tech stuff to do. Oh my god, there's always more tech stuff to do. Uh but I will be mostly editing. I think that'll be a lot of it, or working on graphics and overlays because they are fun to do and have all kinds of stuff and different setups. Oh, I need to do a new one for this already. I want to welcome three new community members just in the last since yesterday. So in addition to this, thank you to Baked Cupcake, Mrs. Brainbow, and Fidgety Digits for the follow. That is awesome. I'm working on the sound effects because I have fun ideas for like the thank you for the follow things because I never catch them because I haven't gotten to get all of the like notifications to make noise and stuff. So that is the next step of the process to just to bring new stuff into it. I had my mom on the other day. She actually came in on my birthday feed, and it was great. She shared some interesting memories, and we had a lot of really fun tech issue. It was probably a little ambitious to bring a guest on from couple, well, an internet connection, a couple hundred miles away or next door, doesn't really matter. But bringing on a guest, it worked, but I could hear her echoing in my ear, and then I could hear myself on delay as well as an echo that slowly turned into feedback. And so I would have to mute myself to sort of like reset the feedback, but nothing I did made it any better. It just kept getting worse and worse. So eventually it was just like I had to like turn her. Yeah, it was interesting, but it worked. I mean, that's the big thing about it, right? It worked. So I plan to have her on in the future. I was thinking of like doing Mom and Movie Monday or something like that. That would be good. I don't know if she's available on Mondays, but as you can tell, I like alliteration, because it is a way to sound clever without much thought. I guess I don't know, but so she and I, what we talked about on that stream was the fact that when we saw Aliens 3 the first time, we were so frustrated by the way that they handled the story and what they did with it. And the biggest thing I remember just personally was the fact that well, the two things. The tagline at the time was, "In space they can't hear you scream, on Earth they can." They weren't on Earth. And even in, I don't know, I was probably in middle school. I think I was in middle school at that point. Even in middle school, that pissed me off. Like, false advertising, dude. I'm pissed. Uh, but the other part was just the story and the way they handled the story and the fact that they killed off Newt and the guy off screen. Like, it felt really disrespectful. And their reasoning for killing off Newt is, oh, she was older. It's, well, yeah, because your stupid story was stupid and dumb. Sorry if I'm offending anybody who loves the third movie, but you have, I won't say bad taste in movies, because it has some interesting stuff in it, but then to make the guy the bad guy at the end, and I'm blanking on both the actors and the character's name, but I don't think I didn't like how they handled it, and neither did my mom, and neither did my sister, and so we stayed up until, geez, like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, something, rewriting it and coming up with this whole other script and this whole other idea. And the first thing we did away with was the fact that having it on Earth would take it out of the realm of claustrophobic. That is part of what makes the first two Alien movies, which are the only ones that I acknowledge. So in that franchise, the two first are my favorite, and those are the ones that I sort of base my understanding and my lore of those. If you like the other ones, awesome. I didn't. But just based on that, and at that point, it was just the first two movies that came out, and we were experiencing the third one for the first time. And having it on Earth would have taken away that claustrophobic element, unless they put it like in a underground military base, blah blah blah, and then it would feel very like, might as well be just a video game instead of a movie, because it would be a lot more entertaining as a video game to play through that than watch another of the same thing. But what they did is they were just like, let's do another of the same thing, only like not stick to, I don't know, not stick to the heart of the first two movies. Because in the first two movies, part of what was so amazing about it was that, like even the annoying characters, like, game over, man, game over. Like, I loved him, Mr. Patton. Rest in peace. He was amazing and he was wonderful and he was, all of them were so endearing. So as each one died, like, you felt it. Third movie, nothing. Like, and it wasn't just the fact that they were prisoners, because I do see prisoners as human beings. Like, that's not it. It's that they didn't even bother to it didn't feel like they tried to develop. It's like they're like, okay, so the formula is there is a metal box and you put a bunch of meat sacks in there with an alien. Go. And the third time they struck out as to that idea, as far as I'm concerned. You know, asterisk, my opinion. So the idea is to, just based on that and the fact that I love doing movies, which is why I do the movie reviews and stuff on my YouTube. Because I love movies. I've always loved movies, which is why I went back to school for making movies and why I have off and on worked in filmmaking and videography and that sort of thing to one degree or another over the years of the random shit that I have done. Um, and probably why I do everything like with cinematic angles and everything. Oh, I should probably change this now. But yeah. Thank you for following to the followers, because that is super sweet, and appreciated. Because this is such a weird new adventure. But yeah, I thought Mom and Movie Mondays would be cool, especially if we got the tech park figured out. And I was thinking the way to do it would be to have a subject, because my mom is a really good, like, she is also like, I say that I was always discouraged from my own artistic abilities as a kid because my sister was really good at art, but my mom is also really good at art. Like, she pencil did a sketch of me when I was in 5th grade, that we laughed about because it looks exactly, we joked at the time that it looked like me in 10 years. Well, it looked exactly like I looked at 18 or whatever. So I mean, she is an excellent artist, and she refurbishes furniture and does hand painting on it and everything. So I was thinking for that, to bring it into the crafting realm, crafting and movies and Mom and Mondays and asterisk whatever, uh to have a theme for us each to choose a movie that we either haven't seen and want to see, or have seen and love, or have seen and hate, and tell the other person what the movie is so that we've both seen them, and then to talk through both movies and how they relate to the theme, and this and that and the other, and just go through both movies. And whilst doing that, we would be working on a individual projects, because we live in different areas, separate projects that we come up with for ourselves that are based around that theme. So let's say, I don't even know how we would choose the theme, or I mean, eventually, I guess we would take suggestions for either movies or themes or whatever. So yeah, if you have any, pop them in there. But I think starting off with like simple stuff would be good. Like, do the first one about favorite movies, because it's a lot easier to talk about. Well, not for us, but in general, it's a lot easier to be positive when talking about a movie that you love. So I'm possibly doing the like our favorite movies, and then the craft would be whatever our favorite media is, and then we would be doing whatever media based on the movie that we chose. So like for me, it would either be Legend of Billie Jean, or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the Gene Wilder. And those have just been my favorite movies like since childhood. So those are like my nostalgic favorite movies. So one of those, and if I had to base a craft on it, I would probably do Willy Wonka, just for the fact that that would be an easier one to come up with a craft for. I'm not sure what I would do for Legend of Billie Jean. Geez, what would I do as a craft for Legend of Billie Jean? Well, I guess the first thing would be to figure out what my favorite medium is, which would probably be difficult. Um, I mean, I haven't painted anything in a long time. That might be fun to do. I like doing collage. I like illustrating. I guess for the purposes of that, I would do painting, because then I could actually just do a portrait or a like a group thing of different people or of one of the scenes. Like, oh, you know what actually be really beautiful to do as a painting for The Legend of Billie Jean? There's a shot in the end. um Oh, it's such a good movie. I actually did a review of it. It's the first one, the first review that I did because it's my favorite movie. I did that one first. And I'm not saying it's a great movie. I'm just saying it's my favorite movie. So, whatevs. Um, the ending has what you believe is Billie Jean, but it actually turns out to be Binks, her brother. Uh, they are, he is dressed up as Billie Jean to return the hostage. It's a long story. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, he comes over the sand dune of Corpus Christi, Texas, I believe. It starts in Corpus Christi, and I think it ends in Corpus Christi. So shout out to all my Texas folks. um, it's Binks dressed in this like sort of sheer white dress and sneakers coming up over a sand dune with the hostage in tow with his hands up over his head. But they walk over against a sunset, and that would just be such an interesting one, because the way that I would do it is that it would just look like sort of a basic sunset piece, with the sand dune silhouetted and probably some sunset, maybe some waves in the background. They're not in the movie, but creative license, whatever. And then this like all black silhouette of this guy walking a hostage over the sand dunes. It would definitely be artwork that could be considered an inside joke almost, because it would be like, oh, that's nice, nice colors, this and that and the other. What the fuck is that in the corner? So, but that's kind of how all my artwork turns out, honestly. So, there you go. There you go. Okay, updo for our Velma. And just enough to indicate her dress. There we go. And her backpack. Because that was... I don't know if you could tell. Because... yeah, I can't wait till my technology shows up tomorrow, and I hope it helps. There we go. In this one, she's holding her backpack, because that's Esperanto or whatever for like, I'm not as cool as these girls are because I still wear a backpack. And whereas I love me a backpack, I also love a visual pun, and that just works because she's like, I'm with the cool kids. Yeah, when I do Velma's voice, because I did some little cartoons, and so I'm trying to develop like different voices for each of the characters. Although I think today all I'll be able to do is Warren, because I'm a little bassy today. But for Velma, I actually take rolls of toilet paper and put them up in my mouth to give her the teeth sound in the voice. So that's a weird one. It's also incredibly unpleasant when I have to finally take them out after like an hour of recording all her voiceover stuff. But totally worth it. And it's completely subtle, but I like how her voice turned out. I did that, and then she has a slight like Transylvanian Eastern European accent. Like just the W for V's, like just that, like somebody's from the East Coast but you're not quite sure where. That's her Transylvania accent. And it's high and breathy, so that you can tell that she is very happy to see you. But it doesn't have the teeth in there, so it's not quite that, but that's basically it. Now that was probably the most awkward time for my roommate to come home, because I was like testing out different voices, and I think he was home for a good half hour before I realized it. And I was just in here doing all these different voices, and then doing a different voice and seeing how that works, and then doing... It's like, oh my god. He must think I am just in here like having conniption fits or something. I don't know. And then this, I'm doing the same sort of lighting effect, so I'm just going to do the tiled floor in front of them, and then behind them it's going to be all blown out. So they look like they are glowing like the earthreal monsters that they are. Yeah, that's another reason that it was handy to go to school for stuff, because drawing things in perspective can be one of those things that is so easy to do once you like do it a bazillion times, but getting the right perspective on everything. And I always like to do it for the Happy Undead Friends, so that it's not, so that everything's a little wonky, but you can't tell if it's actually wonky or if it just looks wonky. And that might sound like a cop out, but it's not. I'll actually go back and like I'll do something that's a perfect grid, and then I'll go on the inside of one line and then the outside of the next line, because I want everything to look not quite right in it. Not because of just because I like the aesthetic of, instead of having it like this, it looks centered, but if you actually did the math on it, this wall is a slightly greater pitch. Yeah, I think pitch is roof, but at this angle we'll just call it pitch to keep it easy. Is slightly more than this, and so the in perfect isometric perspective, god, it's been a while, in perfect like that, you have this thing in the back, and then all of these come out at the exact same angles, and all of these are perfectly this way, and all of these are perfectly this way. And whereas that's nice, that doesn't fit with the idea or the aesthetic of the book. So rather than fighting that, I just go with it and make the lines purposefully kind of wonky, because then they're never fighting with the very obvious organic shapes around them. And I've done, 3 years of like drafting and like architecture, blah blah blah. And so, yeah, it's another one of those like, learn the rules so you can break them. That is my evil laugh. There. All right. And so, rather than doing, because the idea is to have it look like they're being blown out from backlighting, which is going to be coming through, the 2 window doors that are at every freaking school on the planet. But rather than inking those in, this is one of those times you have to kind of think ahead to how it's all going to look. Rather than inking them in black, that's actually going to take away from that blown out look to have this big black block back there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the outline, so I have a reference point, and then when I am doing the coloring, the inside of the squares are obviously going to be the full white yellowish tinge, and then the walls are going to be that same thing, and then inside the walls, the outer sides of the wall are going to be a lighter purple going into the white on the inside, so it'll look like the light is actually wrapping around and hitting the inside of the door, which will then emphasize the fact that they're being blown out from light coming in from behind them, because we're going for that like Reservoir Dogs kind of mean girl like epic reveal, where it's like, oh, who are these mysterious creatures walking down the hall? And then you see them and they're just like, Pazang! We're the ladies. Or whatever their group name is. So yes, I like to get very dramatic in my lighting as well. But I think it works for the style. Film noir, and I always sort of put think of film noir and gothic style in sort of the same category, just as different time periods, and sort of the bridge I see there is the idea of Edgar Allan Poe, in as much as it's all about mood, and it's all about, and film noir is all about mood. And how do they do that? Yeah, it's partially in the acting, but also it's in the lighting and the way that things are framed and how things are framed out and that sort of thing. So I like to do that in the books, just because it keeps me interested and it makes the panels more interesting, I think, to have, rather than just having this is the character, it's like the big reveal type of situation. I guess I'm dramatic. I guess what I'm saying is I'm dramatic. So, and now, so this is the thought bubble to go to the flashback, which is the girls on the next page. So, what I have over here is Velma looking sort of sideways at the thought bubble. And then there'll be a little detailing in the back, but then this panel will be complete. And there's nothing I like more than a completed page. Well, I mean, there's things I like more than a completed page. Most of them are food, and most of them are things I can't eat right now, but... Okay. I haven't drawn her in profile in the book so far, so it's like I'm doing the math on it. It's like, okay, so the wedge in the middle, that's the part in the bangs, is usually curved on both sides. So if she's at the angle, it's going to be straight on this side, and then go straight back a little bit, and then we're going to hit her. I don't know. They look, I mean, from this angle they look kind of like Leia buns, and that's not what they are. I guess Leia buns would be more up here, but yeah, it's they look like sideburns from the front, but they're basically just how I've simplified her hair to make it easy to draw over and over and over again. And I'm not going to be inking that in with this. I need a thicker pen. Wow, time warp. Jiminy. It is suddenly 5:10. And I have not gotten as far as I had planned, but that's okay. I'm going to keep going for a while longer, because pretty much going to be drawing whether it's online or not, so might as well just keep going for a while. Although what I'm going to be drawing tonight, I'll give a little teaser. Well, it's kind of a gift, or it's like for somebody else. So I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but it is a caricature that was mentioned on a friend's stream, and I love the imagery of this caricature. So I started drawing it, but there was like one little detail that's an important detail, and I knew it was an important detail because when they were chatting about it, it was like it was a specific element to the whole layout, and I couldn't remember, so I just remembered to ask today or yesterday. I don't know, it all blends together. So that is what I'm going to be drawing tonight, because I think I'm going to do a lot of this drawing on stream, because then it keeps me accountable to myself to keep going on it. But I don't know, I'm obviously much faster when I don't stream on it, because I work more with my hand instead of my face. Meaning, rah, rah, rah. Yeah. Talking apparently is distracting, which I never realized before, but I guess,
usually when I, in the before times when I was around people, um, it was always stuff where talking was a part of it, but I don't really craft around other people all that often. Well, I didn't. So apparently I should just factor that into any time frame that I think I have, because not that it super matters, I guess, but just back to the keeping oneself accountable thing, I guess. She has. There we go. Geez, trying to remember what they look like from the side is weird. It's like I've drawn her like 7 times in the book so far, but haven't done her sideways. And this comes further because it's supposed to. The idea is that it sort of comes down and hangs, which I don't necessarily know the techniques of how her hair is actually done for the most part. I just know how to draw it. I allow her to do her hair however she wants to do her hair, and I will just draw it that way. And this goes a little further. It's interesting to go from linocut to illustrating the next day, because whereas they are fundamentally the same process of using a tool on a surface to create, an image, whether the final image or the negative of the image or whatever. But it's just the opposite, because on this I have to be careful not to do too much. If I color this in all the way, then there's no way to uncolor it. I mean, I could go in with white out, but bruh. So, but with lino cut, it's the exact same thing. I want to leave as much as possible. So I guess it's kind of the same and kind of the opposite, depending on how clearly I'm explaining it, which it feels like not super well. So I'm gonna go back to drawing now. Okay, and she has on a ponytail because this is a flashback and she is still in current time. So rather than the messy bun, she gets her traditional hair, which could go the other way. I pretty much just draw where her hair isn't in the way because it's a ponytail that has a big curve on it. Here, do that in frame. A big curve on it. So I pretty much just point it either so it's in frame or so it's out of the way. And then her hair just does that. Because she can wear it however she wants, but it's going to go the direction that I want it to. Because that's how illustration works. That's how drawing works. You have an idea, you put it on paper, and you change it a million times till you stop. I mean, I guess it could be when you get done, but usually it's just because you stop. I don't know. Either way. Okay, and so she just has a basic round body. And a lot of times she doesn't even have hands or arms, because that is... The idea is that she's like in robes, like Dracula robes all the time, but in different colors of red. And so, sometimes she has stuff that is V-neck or whatever, but the idea is that her hands are just somewhere in there and they don't come out unless she needs them. So she's like a little Tyrannosaurus, I guess, something like that. But it also makes it easier to draw. I hope it doesn't come across as like being lazy or something when I talk about choose making artistic decisions based on ease of replication or whatever. What I'm really trying to say within that is the idea of drawing a comic is intimidating because you're drawing generally the same stuff
over and over and over again in different variations, in different situations. You're drawing stuff over and over and over and over again. And you have to do it, for each panel, each frame. And you can simplify the story and create fewer frames or, whatever. But to a certain degree, that's all you're doing. You're drawing the same stuff over and over again in different positions. And with a like the last book on gardening was 96 images. Yeah, 96 images, I believe. 92, 96. I don't know, numbers, whatever. um and that's a lot of drawing, especially when you do the math out to what around 4 to 5 hours per page works out to. And that's before the chatting and getting distracted part. So it's the curve is longer now, but luckily I love doing it, so it doesn't matter how much time it takes. But a 96 page book is going to take a long time. So depending on, if it's your like one book that you're ever planning to do, and you're doing watercolor, like that is one kind of book. I consider these comic books, which are serial representations of an ongoing story. And so that's why they're inked and then colored separately. That's why they're not, done by pastels. I mean, some of them are, whatever. But the idea is to be able to produce a book a year, because that will give me books until I'm in my 70s. So, yeah, that seems like a reasonable time frame for everything. So as I work along, I'm getting faster with the drawing, and a lot of the decisions that I make are based on how can I represent whatever the most faithfully but the most quickly, because it's not like each frame isn't a piece of art. I mean, the whole thing I think is an artistic endeavor, but I'm not expecting any single piece to be like, oh my god, it is it's utilitarian art. It's utilitarian art, just as doing illustration for an ad campaign. Like it is art with a purpose, and art for art for a purpose. So I'm not like, there's some stuff that I will sit down and work on diligently and carefully, and there's other stuff that I will work on, because it needs to be structurally sound or whatever, and it's just project by project. So I don't think it's coming off that way, but that's just the general idea behind that. I want things that are able to be done in a clear, concise, speedy manner, so that I can put out a book a year, because I want to get all 30 whatever books out eventually. And it'll be a nice, like, long term, like, oh, I'm retiring from, well, who knows about that at this point, but yeah, oh, I'm retiring from whatever, or oh, I'm as I'm getting older, I'm going to be able to keep producing these until my eyes go. So that is the plan. And so I'm happy I got back to them and didn't just start doing them again when I was 70, because I'm sure I'm going to be a lot more effective, efficient, and I don't know, probably better illustrations overall, while I still have my eyesight and my hand is fairly steady. But probably just means that the look of the characters will slowly develop over the next 30 years to be like, not totally different, but just refined versions, because if you do something enough, eventually it's going to evolve into something different. Just like how artist gets like musical artists get bored with like the studio version of a song, and they'll start just doing random ass versions of songs. It's like, okay, this is a bop, I got this. Or what the hell are they thinking? There's a whole grayscale in between, but those are the two extremes, I'd say. right. Lickety split, that is done. And also, just to, because this is, in theory, there's like black and white tile throughout, just because it's a nice graphic element. So usually when the juice shop has a checkered floor, and then I'm doing a checkered floor here. But to distinguish the two, since she's having a flashback and we're coming directly from the juice shop, I'm not going to color these in black. I'm probably going to do them in like the school beige checker, or even just do them solid beige as like linoleum squares, something like that. But yeah, I think that frame is done. There is just enough line around them. Probably can't tell from that. Again, hopefully by Saturday my stream quality will have improved significantly. So the lines again do not quite touch them. They sort of hover around, and then right behind Maddie, especially, they completely disappear to help with that blown out, like epic reveal kind of look. All right, we got a quickie with Ziggy's eye here, Zigfield's eye here. He does not go by Ziggy. He is Zigfield. I don't know why I just called him Ziggy. I guess it's an endearing term for it, but Ziggy is a different character altogether. Although I don't even know if he exists anymore. Like, he probably exists, but I don't know if there's still cartoons. I don't know. I haven't looked at a actual physical newspaper and, well, one with cartoons in it. We have a local paper here that I do look at occasion to see what is going on in the world outside these walls. Although I generally skim and call it good. Okay. And so actually this is I was talking about earlier how having reference points for, especially for new characters, is good, because generally Zigfield's eyes are always round. Like, that is what his, because zombies, his hands are always in front of him. There is not a single frame that he has ever appeared in that his hands are not in some way or fashion in front of him, because zombies. So his hands can be up, they can be down, they can be on a counter, whatever. They are never down to his side, they're never behind him. The most he'll do is reach down or reach up. So yes, I have overthought this. Congratulations. So his eyes are always big and buggy like that. But in this one, he's so surprised that Velma actually dealt with a bully before, or that she had friends, like what she thought was friends, but that are actually bullies, that his eyes are slightly elongated. If I was drawing character, like if I hadn't drawn him a bazillion time and know exactly how to draw him and that sort of thing, I might, using, something like this as a reference point, be like, oh, his eyes are elongated. And then for the rest of the book, his eyes are elongated, which they're not, they're round. So that would be highly problematic, because then they just look like they were walking around surprised all the time. So I'd have to go back and put in something that they got Botox or something over the weekend. I don't know. Something like that. All right, cleaning up the inside. And again, simple for these guys is best, because all the texture really comes in and all of the dimension really comes in the coloring process, which is done in the computer. But let's see. So for surprise eyes, surprise eyes, on Zigfield, we're going to do the eyes wide, but the iris is still... Would this be the pupil? Yeah, because he doesn't really have irises. He has a pupil and then veins. Alright. He's got this thing on the outside. So the styling for the Happy Undead Friends in general actually came from these little toy monster... I don't know if they're technically figurines, but they're little figures that are about that big that my friend got for a friend and then gave to the kid, or some genesis of like how they came into the possession of whomever. But they were these little monster doll things that when you squeezed them, their eyes bugged out. So all of them had these like bulbous eyes, and they all had what looked like just straight eyelashes coming out. And so when I did the original painting that these guys are based off of, the styling for Zigfeeld was based on that, but I did it just with what looked like eyelashes all around originally, and I was like, I didn't really like how that looked. And then as soon as I started doing the more gothic lines and everything that have the thick and thin and going into the point, lots of curves and yada yada, gothic um, aesthetic. I went back on the painting, or I went back on his. They sort of developed in there, but they don't quite look like this. And if you look at, well, I don't know if it exists. It's probably somewhere. The original book that I drew, his eyes always had just straight lines, but I think they started to turn into triangles during the first book. But during the final version of the first book, they were definitely, this style had developed where it was the sort of inverted scalloped edges, which I think are nice and distinctive. And Warren also has a variation, only like Zigfield's are supposed to be fairly regular, whereas the ones on Warren's are meant to more or less represent hair around his eyes, sort of. And so his are a little more sort of jagged, and I also don't fill them in perfectly. And so yeah, that's just the styling of their two eyes and how those developed for let's see, he is frowny face. For Velma, I did her eyes obviously are based off of the Count from Sesame Street. Like, they are homage, not plagiarism, legit, because he has the sort of heavy eye and with the purple eyelids. So her coloration and her eye style all came directly from the Count and the idea of the Count. Um, ah ah ah. And then Gertie has the same. Actually, Gertie has the same jagged eye thing, only it's set out slightly so that they don't touch it all, and they're not filled in at all. So it's that same sort of full eyelashes, but it's ghosty style. Ghosty style. There we go. All right. There is a surprised Zigfeld. And let's go. Since we're on a Zigfeld kick, let's just go ahead and do this other one of him too. Oh. What am I doing? We're at 2 of 3 pages. Cannot count backwards. Thus the fun of live producing. But that's okay. Alright. These do get a little sketchy as they get smaller, because I want to get the points, but they only look like points when it's, like this size and bigger. Past that, you just kind of get triangles. And if I go back and try to get points, it starts to look super funky. So, yeah, it's like, just stop. Do one pass, fill it in, fix anything that looks stupid, and move on.
because with this overworking, especially if this, once it gets to this size of face, definitely errs on the side of things starting to get really weird really fast.
Because you have like a millimeter difference between, yeah, that's supposed to be there, and what the. Okay, what is this? Is he talking? Yeah, he's talking in that frame. Nice.
I think Zigfeeld has like 6 mouth positions. That's like
Smile, half frown, frown, big smile, big talk, and like big frown. I don't know, something along that. But that's another thing that keeps things simple. It's like there's certain degrees of just a certain number of facial expressions because can't reinvent the wheel every single time, especially since I mean it's kind of like if you've ever seen like old school claymation where they just have like a certain number of mouths. That's just kind of the idea to be like, okay, this is the happy expression. Okay, this is the not happy expression. Okay. Okay, Gertie is behind him, so back. So I have Zigfeld here at the counter, and then Gertie just came up behind him to like put her hand on his shoulder, to be like, it's okay. And so, like, from here over on him is solid, but then from here back on him is where Gertie's standing, so he'll be a little bit um, not deformed, distorted. I think distorted is the word I'm going for. It's the one I'm going to go with. Yes. Thank you for playing. What word was Kiki thinking about? Because she has no freaking clue. It's always weird to look outside and suddenly realize it's just dark outside. Like, I swear it was, well, an hour ago, there was sun.
there is nothing better than the black hole that is drawing. Okay.
Note to future self, do not do background lines until you do hair. Because now I have to fit his, like, I pre-drew it, but it's like I'm having to fit it into this very specific area and space. I'll just make it look like it's a lighting effect, like Gertie is a little bit iridescent. And for that, all I do is make all the lines on this side a little bit darker. But that'll also give me a little more leeway to bring Gertie into the frame and to put his hair into the situation it needs to be in. There we go. It's always nice when a plan comes together. So Zigfield's hair, generally speaking, is 4 bumps on each side in a triangle to his hair. Sometimes it's more or less because sometimes I'll switch it up for like if he gets soaking wet, it'll be like flopped over to the side, that sort of thing. But generally speaking, that is his little triangle head. Okay. Boom. There's Ziggy. There's Zigfield. He's a boy. Okay, so his head will come around to about right. I'll actually draw Gertie in now because we're getting into the territory where with her hand over the shoulder, he'll be a little distorted on the side of the face. His shoulder will be obscured, and then his back and where he's sitting on the bench or on the stool will be funky. So let's draw in Gertie. I'm gonna try to make it look like her wisps are actually like in contact with his shoulder. We'll see how it turns out. She's an interesting beast to draw, to take something that is made out of mist or whatever and try to represent it as like graphic black lines. Hindsight, I might not have had a ghost character as the main character, but I love her now, so there's nothing I can do about it. There's also a weird balance with hers where it's like the lines are not thick enough on the first pass. So you have to do first pass and then you have to do a second pass or else it doesn't show up as enough of a line. Or at least enough of a line as compared to some of the really thick lines in here. So it's like balancing out. Yeah, that'll look like it's going on his shoulder because his shoulder's like right here. So we'll have one more that comes from over here. It swoops down, goes. There. Yeah. Yeah, that works. And then, like I said, Gertie has basically the same eyes shape as Zigfeld, only instead of having this thing filled in, it's just kind of floating around her eye. So it makes her eyes the most distinctive thing on her, which is good because there's really nothing distinctive on her. Give her a little half smile. She's looking down at him reassuringly. Yeah, there we go. Oops. Oh. Don't know if that's registering. The line is just broken up wherever she exists, and it's that same sort of theory that if lines don't line up, that you can just color it in such a way that it looks like there's this slight glow, and that's basically all she is a slight glow. So I have her tendrils interfere with whatever she's in front of, so it starts to give that impression that there's some unsolid being standing there. And you can tell that the line looks like it's like a continuous line. Basically, it's a reverse that I just sort of lined up the two things. So this is Zigfeeld. Look at Zigfeeld talking to Velma over the counter, and then you can see his hands in the foreground here. So we're sort of doing a reverse of looking at her over the counter from his POV.
Because, yes, I think of every single frame as a cinematic frame, because that is how my brain works. So, welcome to Kiki Apocalypse, where nothing has to make sense because we're all friends here. Wait. I'm sitting on a stool here, so I'm going to draw in the stool. Yeah. So yeah, it appears like it generally looks like he's fully there, but he then has the tendrils in front of him, and so once it's colored in, it becomes very obvious. Another thing I do with her is I don't bother to do the checkerboard on his shirt at this depth or at this size. I'll do it on this part, but not just right where she's overlaying, because it's the little checker on his shirt is kind of a tough one, because the smaller he gets, the line of the checker stays the same width because it's this pen. And I could get thinner pens, da da da. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to. I have these pens and I'm going to use these pens. And so the conundrum in that is that I end up with, if there's a certain size that his shirts get, that he is no longer, that the checkerboard just no longer works on it. So in that case, I usually just, it's just a yellow shirt at that point. Which is nice because it doesn't take that long, but I always liked the texture of, checkers or whatever in illustration, because it just adds a little depth that, you know, adding depth in different ways is good. Adding texture by computer is, mostly what I do, but for his shirt, I like the look of it always being checkered, especially just because it sort of ties his whole being together. When he's just in black and white, it means that he is still recognizable because, I don't know, I guess it's all the lines, not just the checker shirt. I just like the checker shirt. And she's ready
just going to do a little bit on his shoulder here. And basically all that does is give you a frame, like a little bit of reference point, like this is where he exists. Cross hatching indicates that Zigfeeld exists. Just a little to just sort of give that darkening in. And then once it's colored, this will have, you know, shades of yellow that'll be lightened with the shades of Gertie. And yeah, that is the... Okay, and then we just do it down here because this is bottom of the shirt and then him sitting on the stool at the bar. And then it'll just be finishing the sort of the finishing of the lines, making them the excuse me, the correct shape, meaning the finish edge where things curve. Okay. I have noticed recently that I jump around in my drawings, so I can only imagine if somebody who like really likes order is seeing this and like, finish one's part, stop jumping around. Yeah, sorry, can't. Must jump from space to space. No, it's actually because I'll work on a space and then I'll realize I'll see something that I know that I'll miss if I don't do it right then. Like one line in, you know, like if I say a frame is done and I look at it, it's like, oh, that one line is not done. I'll like do that really quick and then go back to where I'm working on, hopefully. I mean, that's a theory. But everything's a theory. Because I might just start on another area. Because that is how it works at Kikipocalypse. Especially on whatever Wednesdays. That's when all bets are off and shit gets real. Okay. So back to the hatching on his shirt, since I felt the need to randomly do another section. I was introduced to cross-hatching originally from my high school art teacher, who was an interesting bird. And at first I was just like, why would you ever need to draw like that? And I don't think I did it again until I got to college and we had to do it for something, and I was just like, oh, so this is actually a thing. This wasn't just because my high school art teacher was an interesting individual. So like one of the projects we had to do was draw flowers in a shoe. There was no context, there was no reference, there were no like models put out of like, this is the flower in the shoe that it was just draw a flower in shoe, or draw flowers in shoe or in shoes. So I took off my shoe and put it on the counter and then like just drew flowers in it. I don't know. It was weird. It's like so everything that I learned in those classes were sort of like, which is funny since I ended up going to art college, but it was not because of my high school art experience. Whereas we were doing some interesting projects, most of them were like, is this really a thing? Like, I understand still life. Like, I've done still life a bazillion times in my life. That's not still life when you're just like drawing something you imagine. So it would be still life if she had given us a reference point. But because it was not something with a reference point, it was just like random drawing. So the fact that it was such a random subject matter made it kind of, I don't know, laughable. But I did it. And luckily I had cool shoes on that day. They were like these leather ones that looked kind of, I don't know, they looked old-timey, cobbled shoe style. So I'm like, oh, perfect. Just whip those off and started drawing those, because that is just how it works sometimes.
That is just how things work sometimes. The less you question it, the better.
Although question everything. Okay, so that is his shirt. That is his pants. I want to put the indication of some detail on the stool, so it looks like it has some, um, the piping that runs around stools, bar stools and stuff. That's that. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, we're gonna do this to indicate the checker floor underneath where they're standing. Bingo. And then it's just finishing the rest of the background lines. And I have to put in distorted ones behind Gertie, so I'm going to do that now before I forget. So there's one right here. And for any line behind Gertie, they tend to be just sort of indicative lines rather than like actual like connective lines. To just sort of indicate there's something going on back there. And we'll call that good. And I also, when it's behind Gertie, because the line quality is usually distorted with all the lines sort of curving into each other, I tend to, when I remember the stuff behind Gertie, that doesn't happen to because it's bended and warped. Because, yes, there is even monster theory here. Although I did my 8th grade term paper on ghosts and poltergeists. Term paper, whatever, 8th grade. We had to choose like subject, any subject, and write a 7 or 8 page, I think, page on it. 7 or 8 page paper on it, I think, was the criteria. And I chose ghosts and poltergeists. And I think mine ended up being 18 pages long. Because that's how it turned out. And I went into the whole story of the Bell Witch and theories behind that. If you're not familiar with the Bell Witch, let's see who goes into the Bell Witch. There's a couple different true crime and mystery people that have talked about Bell Witch. But yeah, Bell Witch is the first and only death by ghost story in American. Yeah, it's not. It's been proven to not be, and it's been shown to not be, and like there's an interesting amount of stuff behind it that make it a very interesting story, but the things that it's famous for aren't actually the things that happened. So take that as you will. Okay. That should come to there. Okay. I think that panel might be curves a little more in. Yeah, let's call that panel done. So we have this one panel left. So, ugh. All right, 6 o'clock. Finish this one up, and then I'm going to call it good for the day, because that will put us officially at 3 out of 3 pages on this, the first ever edition of the second Tuesday. I don't know. These are the ones that I started on Tuesday, and I'm finishing them up now. So I am using mental math and verbal gymnastics to explain it, but that's really what it is. It's finishing up what I didn't finish up on Tuesday. So, and we're almost there because there's just this left, and it is a close-up or a mid close-up on Velma looking disappointed at Zigfeeld because she's like, yes, I had a bully too. So again, book 5 is about bullying, and I just effed that up. Awesome. Yep. That's why you don't rush, because that is literally something I'm going to have to white out. Because she has a part in her bangs in the middle, and I just drew it straight. because it's the last panel, and if I'm gonna fuck up anything, it's gonna be the last panel. So her hair will actually go from here to here with the stripe. So really, that was just a demonstration of no matter how many times you do something, you can still mess it up. And I did that intentionally for no, yeah, no. But it is okay if you fuck up. I mean, this is just, one line. And I will just probably just go over it with a little bit of white ink so that when I scan it, like a tiny thin line, this is what I'm talking about, this line right here, should not be here because she has a part in her bangs. So because I like to do my corrections on the original and not on the digital copy because I want the lines to be legit what I scanned. I'll do it by hand and just take a little white ink and a very, very fine brush and run over that enough that it won't register, but that it'll still look nice as a finished piece in just black and white. And then I can scan it in and color it properly. But yep, that is, I think mess up number 1 that I've done live. So thank you for being here with me today, where you could experience my first actual, like, legit super, like, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm sure it won't be the last, but I believe it might be the first drawing at least. I got close, but I never actually did it. But there you go. So her hair is filled in. Here we go. So she's got little side things here and here, which I started too far over. There we go. Could bust out the marker again, but this will just be a good demonstration of why I use the thick marker for areas like this, because you gotta fill the whole thing, because if you miss just a line, it's gonna read as a stripe when you scan it. And then it will be there, and then you have to touch it up and scan it. So that's usually why I just do the black markers and stuff like this. Plus, this ink is a lot more, it saturates a lot more. I don't think it has more like water in it. I just think that permanent markers, like the liquid base is alcohol, so it and it's gone. Whereas this base of this, just checking, is not alcohol, so it holds on to moisture a little longer. So when I'm doing large areas like this, it tends to weaken the page, and that can cause tearing if you're going over it too much. So when I'm filling an area like that, I go over it once really quickly, trying to be as precise as possible. And if I need to go over it again, I do it when I'm done with the entire piece, because then I know it's dry. Because I mean, it's not as much of an issue on I'm drawing on cardstock right now, though I usually draw on like printer paper, because it doesn't bleed. It like specifically doesn't bleed, which I like. But I have a bunch of this off-white cardstock, so I was using for that. So it's not as much of an issue with that. But when I was doing it on printer paper, if I go over an area like that and then go back and try to touch it up, occasionally it would rip the page, which is, if it's in a solid black area, you just put paper on the back, or a tape on the back, and then flatten it. Then it'll just hold together and you can touch it up. But it's better not to rip your paper. In general, it's just better not to rip your paper. Have you hydrated? Have you hydrated lately? I actually have, just off camera here, I have 2 of these, and I've drunk half of one. And then I have two of these, which are the chia seed drink that I have, which I've drunk like a fourth of. But yeah, that's one of the prep things that I've learned. It's like stock up on liquid, especially if I get into a situation where the cat decides to join me for the afternoon, and then I can't stand up. And if I don't have beverages, like I don't feel right. I must have beverages, or just like reality is not cool. Cool, cool, cool. And what makes her a vampire is two tiny little black lines basically underneath her mouth. Like she is the lowest effort vampire ever. It's just tick, tick. No matter how her face is pointing or whatever, she can be smiling and she just has the two little lines coming out. That's it. That is our Velma. But she looks awful concerned right now. She's like, "Oh, Zigfeld, I had mean people too. Don't feel bad. It happens." So essentially, throughout the course of the book, everybody else tells Zigfeld their experience with being bullied or being a bully, because I wanted to put that voice in there too, because there are kids who are bullies that have some legitimate things that they need to communicate, like frustration or anger or whatever, and that's the idea of starting conversations with these books. It's like, oh yeah, that person got picked on, so then they became a bully. Like, I get that. And then it starts the conversation of, yeah, and what happened? He lost all his friends and whatever. So this is the part where they go through that, and then they go through different characters, and then the final resolution. I like to do interactive bits at the end of my books, just because as a kid, I always drew in books, and I always like made notes in books, and I always scribbled in books, and that sort of thing. Or I'd color on books or whatever, and I was always get in trouble for it. So the way that I did the books themselves doesn't. I mean, there isn't really open space in them. They're all pretty full. This is book number 2, which is Zigfeld Chooses a Pet. But at the end of my books, I always like to do activity pages, because then I think it takes them from being just books to something that you can take on a road trip. And like, you have a road trip, and then you read the whole book, and then you have a activity page that has a word search that is all about the stuff in the book. So it's animal wheel care, pet, adopt, cage, play, cat, happy food, rat, bedding, water tail, toys, dog. And it's also just I literally just did it with Sharpie marker on a piece of like school lined paper and scanned it in. So that's the whole thing. Then there's a maze here, and then a matchup. So it's like cat goes to fuzzy ball, dog goes to bone, fish goes to water bowl, and rat goes to wheel. So sorry, I should have warned spoilers, but and then a coloring page, so you can color the happy undead friends yourself. Oh, and this one's fun. This you might appreciate. I love dressing up the characters as random movies and stuff. So here's the Star Wars version of them, and here is the Star Trek version of them. And I don't know, Franklin as Spock makes me so happy, and I'm not exactly sure why. I think it's because he looks so happy to be Spock. So yeah, I like to do some interactive pages at the end of the books, so that they're more than just like read through and done. It's like, oh, there's activities, yay. So the end of this book, rather than having activity pages, what I want to do is almost make it sort of choose your own adventure, only it's using Zigfeeld as the proxy for what would you do. And so the end of the book has Zigfeeld like working at the community garden or something, and all of a sudden the shadow of the bully comes over him, and he goes ahead and he looks up, and he has sort of a half smile on. He has the half smile face on, and then the next page is what do you think Zigfeld did? And there's a spot to write in, and area to draw and that sort of thing. And then a couple more pages of what would you have done? How do you think it worked out for Zigfeld? So there's area to write stuff and areas to draw stuff. So that just for me is just a way to be like, oh yeah, I think that he told him to go to hell and they punched him in the face. If the kid goes that way, that's one thing to discuss and talk about. That, oh, so you think Zigfeld went down the road of becoming a bully or trying to become a bully, or that sort of thing, or that he said, I don't like you talking to me like that. So if you can't be nice, then you can just go away. And then the bullies laughed and called him a name, but Zigfeld was just ignoring them, so they got bored and left. Just whatever scenario that the kids would come up with. But then it's like you get the whole story, but then there's that interactive part of like, okay, so as the reader, what have you learned? Like, what communication skills have you learned, or what communication skills do you think Zigfeld learned, and thus by proxy did they learn? So we are on our last panel of what we are calling the third page finished, and only over by an hour and a half because I apparently like to talk. But that's cool. Chatting and crafting, I think that is the point. In fact, before I draw much more, I've just drawn Velma's hands up on the counter, and then that's sort of where the robes are trailing over. But I'm going to check for reference and continuity what outfit I actually have her in, because usually it's just like a v-neck, but sometimes there's some variation. So yeah, looks like she is in a, oops, let's find one where she's in the front. Yeah, so she's in a basic, basically that same position. She's in a like little pullover robe type of scenario, which is basically just a v-neck that continues down all the way. She's been fun to dress for some stuff. Book number 3 is What is a Family, which is all about Zigfeld is at a party, and he does and he doesn't care what it's about. He's just having fun at a party. And then so they're like, oh, and now they made a family, and he's like, what are they talking about? He's like, what's a family? And it was a wedding, and he doesn't know what a wedding is. So they tell him about, oh, well, there are different kind of families, and oh, what is a family for? It's like, oh, we care about each other, we take care of each other, and there are the families you're born into and the families that you discover along the way, and all these different variations. And there's we find out that Velma is or I think it was briefly mentioned in book 1. It just doesn't play much into the plot until the third book, that Velma and Franklin are in fact siblings, but they're adopted siblings because there's a indication that Franklin escaped a burning building because he is, he's supposed to represent the Frankenstein monster, who at the time of that fire was just a couple years old, like super duper young. So the idea is that he was still developmentally a child, and so, but he escaped from the fire that I keep thinking was in a windmill, but I don't 100% know because it might have been in a windmill in the movie and not in the book, or, blah, 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 whatever. But he then escaped to, a neighboring area and was thus adopted by Velma and her family. And they grew up together from the time that they were both like 5 or 6 ish, around in there. And so they are siblings by adoption. So just wanted to include all the different variations of what family are, both chosen and like legal. And then Zigfield's like, oh wow, I feel like I should do it in his voice, but I have not perfected his voice yet.
Wow, I really wish that I had a family. We'll be your family.
So that's the end. That's the end of the book. So they're not just friends, they're family. And so then the fourth book is all about gardening, and the fifth book, which we're working on right now, is about bullying. And at this point, I only have like finalized the story points for Velma and for Warren in their bully stories. I've only fully flushed out theirs, which is why the Cyclops might actually appear at some point. But I was mostly not wanting to overload the story with too much information because I don't need this to be another 96-page book. That's a lot of drawing. So hopefully, well, I mean, I'm making it so I can make it as long or as short as I want. I'm aiming for about 50 to 60 pages total, and I think I'm about a third of the way in at this point. And so whether we just touch on other people's stories or if we go into other people's stories, but I wanted to do Velma's first just because it was like, wait, what? You mean friends can be not friends? Because that's the big revelation for him, because it's like he just learned what friends are and he just learned what family is. Now he's learning what not friends are. But sometimes not friends appear to be friends. So, and for various reasons, people become bullies. And for various reasons, people become bullied. It just seemed a good topic to cover. Okay, so now we're back in the present, so I can do her big ponytail. And again, that line will be taken out. Oh, it's bugging me so bad. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I wanna erase it, but I'm not gonna do that on stream because it is way too easy to F that up. And yeah, one mess up per stream, thanks God, is plenty. That's plenty. So it actually curves down. Okay, let's do the curve from the proper angle so we hit that correctly. There we go. And then we need the curve of her stripe. Actually, yeah, there, and down. And back to the big marker, so we're not here for 3 hours coloring in this tiny little space. Oops. Oh, 2 or 3 pages. There we go. We're almost there. All right. Need more draping on this hand. And again, the idea is that her arms and hands are usually like tucked into her robes. And so when they come out, there's always like drapey bits around it. Because she is always wearing some sort of cape. Although I think in book 3, I put her in a like special occasion dress that's kind of frilly. So that was fun. I think it's the only time she's been out of her just basic like robe-ish or robe adjacent ensembles. But continuity is good in kids' books. Makes things less confusing. Okay, so there was another tree-like object back here. It had like course, the juice bar is stripy in the background. Oh, that line I'm not happy with. There we go. All right, well, as I'm getting close to finishing on this, we'll say that tomorrow we are going to be sewing another pet stocking, which is the perfect length project for a 5-hour stream. So the options are to either sew a stocking inspired by Gertie the Ghost or by Franklin. The Gertie one is white with blues and iridescent stuff, and then the Franklin one is shades of purple and green to represent our lovely monster man. So if anybody has any opinions, let me know. If not, I will just decide. Although I'm kind of leaning towards the Franklin one because I'm worried, even though the Gertie one I think is going to be just stunning and so pretty when it's done, because I love like shades of white and iridescent and everything going together. I'm not sure how it will read on the camera, but either way, I'm betting I can make it work. So I'll be doing one of those tomorrow, and then I'll be back to illustrating on Saturday, doing a special stream on Saturday. I think I have it scheduled in the change for the Saturday illustration. I might do it earlier in the day because I have a dog sitting job now, and I might be dog sitting at that point. So I don't know if a live stream will be possible with dog. So that might be a morning stream or an afternoon stream. I don't know. I have to wait till my clients call me back and tell me what is going on. But probably drawing Saturday evening or morning. Tomorrow we'll be sewing, and then next week we will resume normal broadcasts, which are Whatever Wednesdays, Techie Thursdays, and Fabric Fridays. And hopefully those are self-explanatory enough, because I feel kind of like overkill every time I explain them. But I guess the vaguest one is the Techie Thursday, and that is just the day that I do stuff on the computer. So I will be either doing editing of uh, like crafting videos or gardening videos or whatever videos I'm working on at the time. So I do editing on those days, or I do computer graphics, or I will do eventually, once the drawings are done, I'll be doing some, because I do all the illustration or the coloring and everything in the computer. I'll be doing some of that on Techie Thursdays as well. I've also decided that on 1 week every month, I'm going to do a special theme. So January was the Happy Undead Friends to jumpstart the illustration of book number 5. February, which I believe I'm going to do in the second week of February, just so I have time to plan it and get everything ready, is going to be celebrating the end of the Year of the Dragon, because I am Year of the Dragon. And so I thought that would be fun to just basically do a dragon week. So I'm going to be painting a dragon and putting together a dragon, like a metal sculpture of a dragon. And I'm going to be doing whatever other dragony things I can think of or that are suggested. And at that point, I will have a full week of dragon. And then March will probably be doing making garden art and, on and so forth. So different themed weeks every month will be good. And I believe that is that page done for today. So at the top we have some more Zigfeeld eyes, and then them talking, and then her going into the flashback that is then on the next page at the top here. And there is the first page we finished today, with all of the friends doing clubs together and realizing that Velma felt a little left out and a little put down. So that is that. So we have officially finished 3 of 3 pages. It took 2 days, but hey, what can you do? We're crafting in time, and we're doing our thing. So I am going to look to see if anybody is on that we could do a little bit of a raid on, because that is always a fun next step. Let's see what they are working on. Okay. Let's see. Oops. I should just leave the pages on there. That was today. I feel accomplished. How about you? Ooh. All right, we have a crafter named Belle Axel who is working on something with tape and scissor and twine. It looks like she's packaging something. So let's go over and check her out. I'm going to do a little bit in the way of some ending stuff here. Wrong button. Let's see. Okay, this is more what I want. Okay, gonna do a little final bit of business with some final credit stuff, and then we are going to go over and raid Belle Axel and say hello over there. And I will see you in just a sec. Have a lovely evening. It was wonderful crafting with you today.